Welcome to this complete Reddit clone project. If you know some HTML and CSS and want to switch to tech, become a web developer, or learn how to build your own websites, this is a great hands-on project for your portfolio. To get the most out of it, you should already be familiar with HTML and CSS. So if you're an absolute beginner, I recommend completing the HTML and CSS Essentials course first, otherwise you might feel overwhelmed. And in this video, we will build a complete and beautiful web page together, step by step. We'll create a header that stays in place while you scroll, a responsive dropdown that appears when you use the input, these tooltips along with a profile menu that you can show or hide without JavaScript. Here you'll get plenty of practice with CSS positioning and Flexbox, and you'll use one of the most popular icon libraries, Font Awesome, to enhance your page. After that, you will also have another project to further improve your skills. And by the end of this video, you will be ready to start learning JavaScript and then React. So if you're interested, let's get started. This is what we'll create in this part of the course. It's a fairly complex web page with a lot of different elements, some of which are interactive, like this search bar that expands on focus. Your first reaction might be, wow, this is a very complex web page. It's too much. How would you even create a web page like this? But don't be overwhelmed or discouraged. If we look closely, you will see that this big and complex website is actually made up of smaller elements. For example, this logo is an image, and we know how to add and style images. Then these sidebar menu items, they consist of an image and some text, and so on. So the way I approach creating complex pages like this is I break them up into smaller pieces that I know how to create. It's like Lego, where you take small pieces and put them together to make big things. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to build this complex web page out of HTML elements that we already know how to create and style. Before we start, make sure you open the following URL in Chrome. And then click on the Reddit clone web dev link to open this web page, which is the finished version of what we're going to create. We will use it to see if we are on the right track. There is also this page that has all the images we need in a convenient format. You can use it to download or copy an absolute URL to an image for our project. Also note that there is this Reddit clone Hades version of the project. You will work on it after we finish the web dev page. So you'll have a great project to practice everything we're going to learn here. Okay, now back to our reference page. Let's start building it. First of all, we'll need an HTML file with a proper HTML5 page structure in it. And so let's create that file. It's a standard naming convention in web development to call the main page of your website index.html. Next, we'll type exclamation mark and press tab to generate a proper HTML5 structure for our page. Here, we'll change the title to Reddit clone and then open our new page in the browser. There you go, an empty page that we can start filling in with content. I usually start creating pages like this by breaking them into the biggest chunks that make sense. This page, for example, I would divide into a header, which is this area, then a sidebar, which is this area. It is scrollable and has a lot of content. And then there is this third area, which is the main content of the page. It has this subreddit banner, a list of posts, and this sidebar to the right with additional information about this subreddit. So I would split this page into three big chunks: the header, the sidebar, and the main content. We'll start with the header, but it's convenient to create containers for all the big chunks to have them in place. It's usually easier to start by creating HTML elements and then styling them with CSS. Okay, So how do we choose what elements to use here for these three areas? Let's see. They all contain a lot of different elements, like this header has a logo, which is an image, a search bar, and so on. And then the sidebar has these links and buttons, and the main content has images, text, buttons, and so on. This means that we need to use HTML elements that act as containers for other elements. And we already know that div and span elements are the most popular container elements, where divs are block elements and spans are text elements. Okay, so the next question is, how do we know which element, div or span, to choose, for example, for this header? To answer it, notice that all three containers will have block elements inside them. Like, for example, these menu items or posts with titles and paragraphs. And we know that in HTML, we're not allowed to nest block elements inside inline elements. Otherwise, it will result in invalid HTML and can be rendered incorrectly by some browsers. And this is why we will use divs. And usually, it's safe to start with divs and then change them to spans or other elements as needed. Okay, so in our index.html file, let's create a div for header and also a div for the sidebar, and the content. Let's also add classes to them right away so that we can easily target them from our CSS code in the future. And this one for the content. We've added this simple text like header or sidebar to easily see the purpose of the element on the page. We'll replace the text with actual content when we start working on a particular area. And this looks like this on the page. Now we're ready to work on the header. Okay, so just as we divided the whole page into three large areas, let's see how we can divide the header into even smaller chunks. I think that the first chunk will be this Reddit logo image, and if I inspect it, we can see that it's also a link. So we'll need a link and an image. The next chunk I would say is this search bar, which we will further divide into this search icon and the actual input element. And then the last chunk of the header is this area with buttons. A little side note, please keep in mind that my main goal with this Reddit clone project is not to give you the right answer, but to show you how I think when I create these pages. I believe that this is going to be much more useful because then you'll be able to create different websites and tackle different tasks. Okay, so inside the header, we'll need a link for the logo, a div that will be a container for the search, and a div that will be a container for these buttons. So let's add those. For that, I will replace this header text with a link. Let's leave its href attribute empty so that when we click the link, it refreshes the page. Then inside the link, we'll put an image and the src attribute. Let's leave the attribute empty for a moment. We will also add the Reddit logo class to the image. We will use it later to target the image from our CSS code. And close the image tag like this. Then we'll add a div with the class search. And let's add the filler text search to see it on the page. Otherwise, the div would be completely invisible because it has no content. We will replace this text with actual HTML when we get to the search. And finally, we'll create another div with the class header actions. It will also have some temporary filler text like header actions. So this will be a skeleton of our header, nothing crazy, just a few simple HTML elements. Let's also set the src attribute of this image. Here we'll need to set a URL to the logo image. One way would be to put an absolute URL here. And to do this, we could right-click on the logo image on the reference side and then select copy image address and then paste it here. And with this, when I reload our web page, there is this logo image and also the search text and the header actions text. Now, the downside of using the absolute URL for our image is that if this website is down for some reason, the image won't be available for our users and they'll see something like this, which is not pretty and does not look very professional. Okay, so I added this extra character to break the URL on purpose, but the same thing happens when the website is down. So often it can be a good idea to download the image, put it in the folder of your website, and use a relative URL instead. Let's do that. For that, I'll right-click on the image, then select Save Image As. Then we'll save it into a folder that we can easily access. And for that, let's create a new folder for our website images in the same folder where our index.html is. And we'll call the new folder Images, and then save. Now you should see something like this, images and the Reddit logo.png image under the images. Next, to reference this logo image, we will remove the absolute URL here. Then we'll write images because the images folder is in the same folder as the index.html file. Then we'll write slash to go into the images folder, and then the name of the image, so reddit-logo.png. Now when I reload the page, the logo is still there. Great. In professional web development, hosting and loading images and other static files is a big and somewhat complex topic. There are several techniques for making sure that your images and other files load as quickly as possible, such as using a CDN, Content Delivery Network, which is a special system of servers distributed in different locations around the world. CDN makes it advantageous and quite reliable to use absolute URLs for your images. But these are more advanced topics that you don't need to worry about at this point. At this stage of your learning journey, I would recommend downloading images to your computer and using relative URLs, because it's easier, more predictable, and more stable for learning. Then, when you get to the advanced level, learn how and when to use CDNs with absolute URLs to your advantage. Okay, now that we have this basic HTML structure for our header, let's start styling it. So far in this course, we haven't written a lot of CSS code, so we haven't had to organize our CSS much. But this is a pretty complex web page, and it's gonna require a lot of CSS code. And here we're learning how to become professional developers, so it's a good idea to learn how to organize our code in a way that's easy to navigate and easy to extend. A very popular way to do this is to split your CSS code into multiple files, with each file containing styles for a portion of your page. There are many approaches to splitting the code. I suggest we split it based on the largest parts of the page. So, for example, we'll have one file that contains CSS code for the header, and then another CSS file for the sidebar, and one more for the main content. And maybe we'll have additional CSS files for some components within these big parts. Okay, so let's create and include a CSS file for the header. And just like with images, it's a good idea to keep our CSS files in a separate folder. So let's create a new folder and call it CSS. It's useful to group your files in folders in a meaningful way. Then, inside the CSS folder, we'll create a new file and we'll call it header.css. Notice that it's got a different icon than, for example, this PNG image or the HTML file. This is because VS Code uses its file extension to show the icon, and this makes our lives a little bit easier. We can name our CSS files whatever we want, but it's a good idea to choose names that reflect our intentions. This CSS file will contain styles for the header, and if we name it like this, it'll be much easier for us to find those styles in the future. And if you want to become a professional developer, start learning how to choose meaningful names for your files and other parts of your projects. It is an incredibly useful skill. I'll give you an example. Let's imagine that our project grew and we added more styles, but we spent some time choosing meaningful names for our files. For example, we created another file for the sidebar, and one more for the content, and then maybe a search, and maybe a footer.css. If you look at this folder, it's really easy to see where everything is located. For example, if you want to find the file that contains the search styles, it's easy. You can see that almost immediately. It's this file, or the sidebar styles, or any other styles in here. But suppose we were lazy and named our files like this instead. Let me quickly rename all these files. Now, with this, it's impossible to tell which file contains styles for the search, for example, or for the header, or for the sidebar. Now, in order to find those styles, we have to open these files one by one and look inside, which is much slower and wastes our time every time we need to find something here. And if, on top of that, we were lazy and didn't name our styles properly inside these files, like for example, instead of naming our class like header, which immediately tells us what it is. Imagine if we used something like class 1 here, and then maybe class 2, and so on. So now, combined with poorly chosen file names, your life as a developer becomes quite painful. And it becomes very difficult to find or do anything in a project with such poorly chosen names. I've seen projects like this, and believe me, you don't want to end up there. So we're not going to do this, and we'll choose meaningful names everywhere we can from the start. So I'm going to delete these files and rename this one to header. Great. Now we've got one empty file for the header styles. Now, if we want it to be applied to our page, we need to include it in our index.html file. For this, we'll add a link inside the head, and it'll have the rel attribute. We'll set it to style sheet. We need this to tell the browser that we're loading a file with CSS code. Next, we'll add an href attribute where we'll write a relative path to our header.css. So we'll write CSS because the CSS folder and the index.html file from which we're referencing our style sheet, they are in the same folder. So we can start it like this, then slash to go inside the CSS folder, and then header.css. And finally, don't forget to put a closing angle bracket at the end because link is a void element, which means that it has no content inside, just these attributes. Now, this should effectively load whatever CSS code we write inside the header.css file. It's empty at the moment, so nothing interesting is going to happen on the page yet. So reload the page, no changes. And to see that we've done everything right, let's set a background color for the header. And remember that our header already has this header class, which we can use in our CSS code. So I'm going to write .header to target the div by the class name, and let's set the background color to something light. Let's say light sky blue. It doesn't matter what color we choose here, it has to be something that we can easily see on the page. And great. This means our code is working and we have included the styles correctly. So first of all, let's resize this logo image because right now it's a little too big. To see what size we need to make it, let's open the reference page and use the developer tools to get the exact size value. Remember that to open the developer tools, you can click on the item you're interested in and then inspect it, which opens the DevTools and selects the item at the same time. And here, if I go to the Computed tab, you can see that the width is 115 pixels. We will use this value. Next, we need to target this image from our CSS code. For that, we'll use this class that we added along with this image. So I'm going to copy the class name, and inside the header.css file, I'll add another CSS rule that will use a class selector, and I'm going to paste the class name here. And we want to set the width of the image to 115 pixels. Now, when I reload this page, the logo image is the right size. Now, before we continue styling the header, notice that there is this white space outside. We didn't set it, so let's see where it's coming from. For that, we will use the developer tools again. So right-click inspect. Okay, we're not interested in the HTML element because I think it's the body element, yes. The body element is the source of the space, specifically its default margin. And we can tell this because of the orange area outside the body. And inside the box model visualization under the Computed tab, you can see that the default margin is 8 pixels from all sides. Now, we don't want this default margin on our page, so let's remove it. For that, we need to write some styles that target the body element. And there is only one body element on the page at any given time, so we can safely target it by a tag selector. This means that we can do it like this, and I'll write margin 0 to remove margin from all sides. Remember that in CSS, we don't need to write units of measure when we use the 0 value. This is why I didn't write pixels here. And now when I reload the page, the margin has disappeared and the head takes up all the available space. But now we've got a problem here. Having this CSS rule in the header.css file is a bad practice, because this rule, this code, has nothing to do with the header. So let's create another file, another style sheet in the CSS folder, and we'll call it page.css. And then let's move this rule into this new style sheet. Inside page.css, we'll have the styles that affect our page in general, like this body CSS rule. Okay, and when you add a new CSS file, like this one, don't forget to include it in your HTML page. Otherwise, your CSS code won't be applied. So, for example, if I reload the page, the default margin is back because we didn't include our new style sheet into the index.html file. So to fix this, we'll need to add another link element that will load page.css. So I'm gonna write link rel style sheet, then href, and we want to load it from the CSS folder, and the file is page.css, and closing angle bracket. This should load our new CSS style sheet, And yes, it works. Okay, let's continue. I find it easier to go from top to bottom and from left to right when styling a web page. So I suggest we add this space to the left side of the header. And typically, empty space around CSS elements is either margin or padding. Remember that we use margin when we want to add some space outside of an element, and we use padding when we want to add some space inside an element. We could use either of those to add the space, but I think it would be better to use padding here, because this space is a space inside the header. And also notice that we have the space from the left side of the header and from the right side of the header as well. So I'm going to inspect the header to get the padding value. And it's 16 pixels from the left side and 16 pixels from the right side. And also no padding from the top and no padding from the bottom. Okay, we have a rule. Yes, we already have a rule that targets our headers. So we're going to use this rule. And here we'll write padding 0 and 16 pixels. Remember that this is a shorthand property, and when we set a value like this is 0 from the top and bottom, and this is 16 pixels from left and right. And now when I reload the page, there you go, 16 pixels from the left, and it's impossible to tell what padding we've got here from the right. But if I inspect the header, then you can see that its padding from the right is 16 pixels. Okay, let's remove the background color because we don't need it anymore, like this. And now that we don't have this background behind our header, I suggest that we add this border to make it clear where the header ends. And based on what I see here, we only need the bottom border because there is no visible border on the sides. And this border at the top is not a part of the page. It's part of the browser window, so it's just already there like this. And this bottom border is a straight line, which means we'll use the solid value as its style. It's very thin. I bet its width is 1 pixel. So the only thing we need to get from the DevTools is its color. I don't think that it's practical to guess colors by eye, and most likely this border is part of the header, so I'm gonna select the header in the DevTools. Then under the Computed tab, after the box model, we have a list of properties with their final values that the header has. And make sure that the Show All option is checked. Let's filter here by border. Okay, and we're interested in the border bottom color value. It's an RGBA color, which means that we can configure the opacity of our color. All zeros for the red, green, and blue colors means that it's a black color, and this 0.2 for the alpha channel means that it's only 20% visible, so it's a barely visible black border. Let's copy this value, so I'm going to select the RGBA value. Then, inside our header rule, we will write border bottom, like this, because we want to add the border at the bottom side. And then first goes its width. We'll set it to 1 pixel here, then space. Then goes its style. We'll use solid to have a straight line border. Then a space again. And I'm going to paste the color and a semicolon. And if I reload our page, great, our header has this border, which is identical to the border on the reference page. And we can easily see the boundaries of our header. Now notice that the elements in the header on our page go vertically. I mean the Reddit logo, search, and header actions. But on the reference page, they are positioned horizontally. So how do we position these horizontally? One option would be to make them all inline block elements, which is fine, but there is a better way. We can use Flexbox. In fact, I would encourage us to use Flexbox as much as possible to master it, because it's an incredibly powerful and highly useful CSS feature. And I think knowing how to use Flexbox is a must for any modern web developer. Okay, so to enable Flexbox for our header, we can just write display flex in this rule, which makes the header a flex container and its direct children flex items, and also sets practical defaults for various flex properties. We can see that when I reload the page, the header items are placed horizontally now. Next, let's center them vertically. And remember that for this, we can use the align items flex property, which controls where the flex items are on the cross axis. So for that, let's add align items here. Oops, items. And the value will be center. And this will center flex items vertically in our case because the default flex direction is row, which sets the cross axis from top to bottom. And if we had the flex direction set to column, then the align items center would center the flex item horizontally instead of vertically, because the cross axis would go from left to right. And when I reload the page, great, now they are centered vertically. Next, let's distribute this available free space between the logo, search, and header actions. We can do this by using the justify content property, which controls where the flex items are on the main axis. So for that, I'm going to write justify content here, and the value will be space between. And this will distribute this free space like this. Notice how we improved the appearance of our header with just a few lines of code. This is what I love about CSS. You can see results almost immediately. What I want to do next is add this space from the top and bottom of the header, like here. A lot of times you'd use padding for that, and that would be a good choice. But in this particular case, we're going to use the height property to set the height of the header, and you'll see why later. I don't know the exact height value for the header in pixels, so let's get it from the DevTools. For that, I'm going to inspect the header and scroll up top. There it is. This is the height value, which is 56 pixels. We see 55.994 here because of the way the DevTools handle this number. In practice, there is no visible difference between 56 and this number. Okay, so to set the height of our header, let's write height and then 56 pixels. And when we reload the page, great. Now the height is 56 pixels. And the extra space is evenly distributed above and below the content. This is because each of these elements is a flex item, and we centered them vertically using the align items property. Great. Next, we'll start working on the search. Let's take a closer look at what we have here, because it's going to be quite an interesting and challenging component. First of all, notice that when I hover the mouse over the search, this gray background color appears, and it has these rounded corners. Now, the search itself consists of the zoom icon and the text field with the search Reddit placeholder. We learned how to create text fields with placeholders at the beginning of the course, so this is going to be a good opportunity to remember how to do this. Next, when I click on the text field, it expands and the drop-down with the search results appears. For this project, the search results don't change when I type some text like React into the input field. That's because to get that behavior, we would need to know and use at least JavaScript. And this course is focused on HTML and CSS. But in the future, I'm planning to create JavaScript tutorials as well, so we can make our websites more interactive and dynamic. Okay, notice that the search results dropdown is scrollable and consists of two parts: the subreddits and what's trending today. They have many different elements, hover and click states, and look quite professional. We can click on the search results and they'll change their appearance. But nothing else happens when we click because, as I said, we'd have to use JavaScript or some backend programming language for that. Also, notice that the search casts this nice looking shadow when it has focus. But if I click anywhere outside of it, the shadow disappears along with the search results. So let's start creating all this. First of all, I suggest that we create a separate file for the search styles. We'll call it search.css. Here we'll have the CSS code that only styles the search. We could put these styles in the header.css, but I think putting them in search.css is better. It'll make it easier to work with the header and search code, because the search will require quite a lot of CSS code and it's quite independent of the header styles. So the code separation is logical and easy for other developers to understand. Next, we'll include our new CSS file here to apply whatever styles we will write in it. So I'm going to write search. Great. The way I would approach creating this search bar is the same way we have approached creating this whole web page. I mean, let's break it down into smaller pieces and create them one at a time. I think that a good and small enough part to create will be this text field along with the zoom icon. The zoom icon is just an image, so let's download it and then we'll add it to our page. And this icon image uses a different image format called SVG. It's short for Scalable Vector Graphics. We can scale these images up as much as we want and they will maintain their quality and look great. Okay, we already created a div container for the search earlier, so let's use it. For that, let's remove this dummy text and add an image element. And it will point to images/search SVG. And when I reload the page, there is the zoom icon. Next, let's add the text field. For this, we'll use an input element after the image. The type will be text, and then a closing angle bracket because input is a void element. And it's gonna look like this on the page. It is a good start, but we can make it so much better. First of all, let's add this search Reddit placeholder. If you remember how to do this, I would encourage you to pause this video right now and add the search Reddit placeholder yourself. Okay, so to add the placeholder, we'll use the placeholder attribute. The value will be search Reddit. And when I reload the page, okay, now when the input is empty, we can see the placeholder, but as soon as we start typing, the placeholder disappears. Next, notice that there is no border around the input here, and when I click on it, there is no border either. But our input has this border by default, and when I click on it, the border becomes bigger. So let's get rid of this border. For that, we'll add a class to the input class because we'll need to target it from our CSS code somehow. And let's call it search input. Then inside the search style sheet, we'll target the input by the class search input. And we'll set the border to none to remove it completely. And now when I reload the page, the input has no border by default. This is great, but what about the border when I click on the input? Okay, the border is still here. But why is that? Well, it's because what we see here is not actually a border. It's an outline. Outline is a line outside of the element's border. Outlines don't take up any space, so they don't affect the layout of the document in any way. And we can configure outlines using the outline property in a similar to borders way. To remove the outline, we can write outline here and also set it to none. And now when I click on the input, there is no line outside. Next, let's add this gray background to our input, which will appear on hover like this. I can't tell the color value by just looking at it, so again we'll use the DevTools to find out what color we're gonna use. Now, because the background appears not only when the cursor is over the input itself, but also when it's over the zoom icon and the empty area outside, this all means that the hover rule targets a parent element of the input. And this can be a direct parent or a parent higher in the DOM tree. And it usually takes a little time to examine the DOM tree in the DevTools to find the actual element. We need to start somewhere. So to find the element in our case, hover over the search area to make the background appear. And then, because we already know that it's not the input element we're interested in, move the cursor closer to the edge of the background, but make sure that the background is still visible like this. And then right-click and select Inspect. This will inspect this div in the DevTools. To check whether this is the one, let's emulate the hover state and see what happens on the page. Remember that in order to make the browser act as if we're actually hovering over the div on the page, we can go to the Styles tab and click on this button and then select the hover option. This will emulate the hover state for the div, and okay, the background has appeared, which means that this is the element we're looking for. Okay, notice that since the hover state is emulated here, there is an additional CSS rule activated here for this element, and we can see the actual background color that we can use. But if I uncheck the hover option, the rule is gone. So I'm going to turn the hover option back on, and we can copy the color value from here. Also, as you know, you can use the Computed tab for the same purpose and search for the background color property and get the value from here, which will be a more reliable option because here you have the final property value after all calculations. But I wanted to show you another option where you can get the value, because under the Styles tab, the browser shows all the rules that are applied to this element. Okay, so we need to target this div from our CSS code for the reasons we just discussed. And if we look at our code, index.html, the container div for our search already has this class because we added it earlier. So we're going to use it from our CSS code. I'll write .search. Then we want to set the background color property to the value we just copied. I didn't add the hover pseudo class here to make it easier to test and adjust these styles. And once we've got all the styles right, we'll change them to appear only on hover. This little technique will make your development process a little bit easier. Okay, and now when I reload our page, you can see that we've got some background here, but it looks broken. This is because the input has a white background color by default, which overlaps with our gray background. And to fix this, we're going to make it transparent instead of white so that we can see the background behind the input. To make the background color of our input transparent, we're going to go to our search.css, and inside the rule that targets our input, we'll write background color and then transparent. This makes the background color of our input completely invisible, and we should be able to see the gray background behind it. And when I reload the page, there you go. Okay. Next, notice that the image and the input are not vertically aligned. This is because by default, images are inline elements and the way they are aligned vertically. To fix this, we can turn the flex div into a flex container, and for that, we'll write here display flex like this. This is better. Okay, next, notice that there is more space here between the zoom icon and the text field than we've got here. So let's fix that. And I'm going to ask you to pause this video and think about how we could add this space. What CSS properties have you learned in this course that can help you do that? Okay, there is one flexbox specific property and one property from CSS box model. I'm talking about the gap and the margin properties. Try using the gap property to add more space here, and then we'll do it together. So pause this video and add this space. Okay, we use the gap property on a flex container. So for that, this is our flex container. We'll add it to this rule. Let's start with 5 pixels and then we'll get an exact value from the reference design. And good. And to get the exact value we need there, I'm going to inspect this. The value is 10 pixels. So we're going to set this to 10 pixels as well, which will look like this. Okay, next let's make our background take up more space around the search like we have it here. How do we do that? Well, we know at least 2 ways. The first one would be to explicitly set the height and width of the search div. And the second one would be to use padding. And as a challenge and exercise, I would encourage you to pause this video again and achieve this using each way. I mean, use the width and height properties and set the height and width of the search div so that there is enough space outside. And you'll also need to add some margin to the left side of the zoom icon. And use the align items flexbox property to prevent the image from stretching. Don't skip these challenges. They can be hard, but I think they are the most important part of learning how to code. You will progress much faster if you try to complete them. Okay, and then the second challenge for you will be the following. Use the padding and the width property to add that same extra background area. Now let's do this together. So to start with something, let's set the search width to say 500 pixels and the search height to 35 pixels. And when I reload the page, notice that the background area is bigger and so is the zoom icon. Why is that? Well, remember that our search div is now, the search div is now a flex container because we set the display property to flex here. And remember that when we do this, the browser sets the align items property by default, to stretch. So this is added for us automatically. And this then stretches the flex items to the same height as the flex container. Remember that if the search div is a flex container, then its direct children, so this image and this input, are flex items. Let me demonstrate you this. So I'm gonna change the height property here and look at how the zoom icon gets bigger or smaller when I change the height of the flex container in the DevTools. And the same thing happens to the input element because it's also a flex child of the search div. We don't see it as clearly because it's a text input and its size is controlled by the font size property. But if I hover over the input in the DevTools, you can see that the input is also stretched, plus some default padding. Now I'm going to reload the page to reset these values. And to fix this, we can change the align items property from stretch to center. So let's do that. I'm going to change stretch to center, reload the page. And look at that. Now they are centered vertically and the icon isn't stretched. Next, to have this extra background on the left side, we can add some margin from the left of the zoom icon. This will push the image and the input to the right, and because margins are transparent, we'll see the gray background of the search div. Now to target the image, let's add a class right here, and we'll call it search image. And then we'll use this class to add a new CSS rule here to target the image. We want the margin on the left side, so we'll use the margin left property. Let's set it to 10 pixels here to see if it's applied correctly, and then we'll set an exact value. Reload the page. Yes, look how the image horizontal margin pushes everything inside the search div to the right, and which created the free gray space on the left side. To get the exact margin value here, I'm gonna inspect the search div, and then we're interested in the padding value because this web page uses the padding approach that we're gonna implement next. So it's 16 pixels, and I'm gonna change this to 16 pixels too. And great, the left side is finished. Next, notice that the text field on our page only takes up part of the space available in the search div. And when I start typing something, we'll quickly hit the limit and some of the text will be hidden. But on the reference page, the input is much wider and takes up all the width available. And if I start typing here, we have much more space until we reach that limit. So how do we do that on our page? A good way is to use the flex grow property. Remember that by default it's 0 for all flex children, and this means that any extra space like this available in a flex container is not used. Now, in the DevTools, we can display additional information about a flex container and its children by clicking on this flex badge. And this is how it displays the extra space that is available. It is there because we manually set the width of the whole search div to 500 pixels a bit earlier. And notice that if I turn off the width property in the DevTools, all the extra space is gone. So we can use the flex grow property to add this available space to the input. And for that, let's set the flex grow property to 1 here. And with this, if I reload the page, now the input takes up all that space. And we can type in more text before it gets hidden. Notice that the text in the input almost reaches the edge of the search div, whereas on the reference page, there is more space here. To add the space, we also need to add margin to the right side of the input. And notice that the amount of space here is the same on both sides, which means we need to set the same 16 pixels margin. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it here because we want to set the margin right of the search input, not the search image. So I'm gonna change this to right and reload the page. Let's type in a lot of text here. Great. We've got the same amount of space here and here. Now let's use the exact width and height as we have on the reference page. We are interested in the width of the search div, which is 528 pixels. And for the height, we're going to need to add the height of the content. So I'm going to round this up to 19 pixels. And padding, so it's 10 plus 1020 plus 19 is 39 pixels. And we're doing this because remember that padding is included in the background of an element. So we'll set width to 529 and the height to 39 pixels. And reload the page. Great. Now the search bar looks much more like the one on the reference page. And this is how you add the extra space with the background to the search bar using the approach number 1. So to use it, we set the height and width of the search container, then the left and right margins of the first and last children. In some cases, this approach is better, and in some cases, it's worse. As a developer, you're constantly weighing the pros and cons of different solutions, and it's a great skill to know how to do that. This is why I'm not going to give you the answer right away, but I'm going to show you step by step how to compare and choose. So let's look at the second approach, which is to use padding. And for that, I'm going to remove the margins here and here, and also the height property here. And it'll look like this. To use padding here, let's go to the reference page and take the values directly from the developer tools. And it's for the search div, so it's 10 pixels for the top and bottom paddings and 16 pixels for the left and right. And because padding adds transparent space inside an element and expands its background, we'll set the padding property on the search div because we want to expand its background. And for that, in our code, I'm going to add the padding and then 10 pixels for the top padding, 16 pixels for the right padding, 10 pixels for the bottom padding, and 16 pixels for the left padding. Remember that this is a shorthand property, and we can use it in individual padding values like this, and the values here go clockwise from the top. So top, right, bottom, and left. And if the values are symmetrical, that is, if the top and bottom padding are the same and the right and left paddings are the same, we can remove the last two values and it will work the same. And with this padding, now if I reload the page, the search bar looks the same as with margins. But notice how much faster and easier we achieved this, instead of setting the left and right margins separately into places and also setting the height property. We just added the padding property to the search container and that's it. And this way is also easier to maintain because the padding values are in one place instead of two. And also we don't have to bother calculating the height. So, when you want to add empty space inside an element like this, start with padding. Often, it's going to be a great solution. Next, let's increase the size of the placeholder and the text inside the input. Because notice that on the reference page, the text is slightly bigger. Okay, and this is very easy to do. We'll just change the font size of the input. And for that, we'll find the rule that targets our input and write font size. We'll start from 20 pixels to make the changes easy to see. And the placeholder is bigger, and if I start typing anything here, the text is bigger too. So, if you want to change the size of text inside an input, use the font size property. Now let's find out what font size value we actually need to set in our input. And I'm going to search for the font size. It's 14 pixels. And this is what we're going to set here. And reload our page. Great. Now the text is exactly the same. Next, let's make these corners round like here. Remember that for that we use the border radius property. Let's add it to the search container because this is where the gray background is. So we'll type border radius and let's start with 10 pixels and we'll adjust the value in the DevTools to get it right. Reload the page. Now the corners are slightly rounded. Let's increase the value here until we're satisfied with our corners. I'm using the up and down arrow keys on the keyboard to increase and decrease the value. So I'm gonna increase it a little bit more. And I think 20 pixels is good enough. So let's stop here and update our style sheet so that the changes become permanent. Because if we leave 10 pixels here and reload the page, those changes will be removed. So when you're experimenting with your styles in the DevTools, don't forget to transfer those changes to your CSS files like this, and voila. We've got beautiful rounded corners here. Let me disable the flex debug information. And finally, we need to make the background appear on hover, like on the reference page. Let me reload the reference page to reset the hover emulation. So we want the background, the gray background, to appear only on hover like this. Remember that to style an HTML element when we hover over it, we use the hover pseudo class. So let's add another CSS rule that also targets the search div. And if we add the hover pseudo class like this, we'll only hover here, it's hover state. So any styles that we put in this rule will only be applied when we hover over the search element. We want the gray background to appear only on hover, so let's move this property into the hover rule, and that should be enough. And reload the page. Now the background is transparent initially, and when I move the cursor over the input, it turns gray. And when I move the cursor away, the background becomes transparent again. Okay, so I think we have recreated this part perfectly. And before we go any further and start working on the dropdown, let's make the background color of the search bar transition smoothly. We're going to do that to practice transitions and make the search bar look more professional. So what we want here is that when we hover the mouse over the search bar, instead of the gray background appearing immediately like this, it should appear gradually. And when we move the cursor away, it should also disappear gradually. So it should look like this. And earlier in this course, you learned that we use the transition property to achieve this behavior. So remember that to transition a property in both states, when we hover over the search bar and when we move the cursor away, we need to configure transition in this rule and not in the one that targets the hover state. So I'm going to write transition here. First goes the name of the property we want to transition. So it's going to be background color. Then goes a space and then the duration of the transition. Let's say 1 second. And now when we reload the page, notice that background transitions smoothly between the two states. But I think it is too slow, so let's make the transition faster. And we'll change it to something like 0.3 seconds. And now this is better. Amazing work so far. You're making real progress on your Reddit project. If you want a smoother, more structured path to the finish line, the full premium version on Udemy guides you through every step and rewards you with a certificate of completion. Just click the link in the description or stay here and keep building. Either way, you're doing great. And remember that we put the transition property in the main rule to make the transition happen between all states, because the hover rule automatically gets all the styles from the main rule, including the transition property. So if we put it here, then the browser will automatically apply it here under the hood. And it's not just the transition property. The browser applies all the properties from the main rule in a similar way as if we just put it here like this. So with pseudo classes like hover, this means apply all the styles from the main rule plus the styles from the hover rule. And so we can remove all these, and it's going to mean the same thing. And I would also encourage you to do a little experiment. Try moving the transition property to the hover rule and see how that affects the search bar behavior. Now we're going to move on to creating this dropdown that appears when we click on the text field. The dropdown consists of the search result list with the styles for hover and click, and the trending today section that consists of a list of posts, also with styles for the hover and click states and these line separators. The dropdown is scrollable, it has rounded corners, and casts a nice shadow. This dropdown is a complex, beautiful, and interesting component to create. It'll help us to see in practice how to use different kinds of CSS positioning. We'll use Flexbox a lot here, and a lot of other cool stuff. So, how would I approach creating an element as complex as this dropdown? Well, in the same way we approached creating this whole web page. Let's break the dropdown into pieces that are small enough for us to easily create. Let's think about the first piece that we can create. We need an HTML element that will contain all the smaller elements. And a div would be a perfect container element here because it allows us to put block and text elements inside of it. So let's add that div. We'll open the index.html file and we'll place it inside the search div after the search input. And I'll explain why it's a good idea to put it here in a moment. It'll certainly need a class that will target from our CSS code. This div will be for the search results dropdown. So I think the name search results is descriptive enough here. And as for the content, let's just simply write here search results to start from somewhere. And if I reload our page, there it is. Notice that by default, it's inside the search div and it's at the end because it's one of its Flex children. But we don't want that. What we want is to take it from the normal document flow and place it under the search bar over the other content on the page. Earlier in this course, you learned that we can do this by using the absolute and other types of CSS positioning. So let's copy this class name and add a rule for the search results and set the position property to absolute. Now notice that the search results div is no longer a Flex child. It has been moved here and now overlaps the content of the search bar. And to make the search results div easier to see, let's make its background color green. Okay, now we can clearly see its boundaries and that it's hiding the zoom icon and a part of the search field. We'll fix that later, and now let's see how we can position it properly. Remember that when we use the absolute position, we unlock special properties for that element, which are top, right, bottom, and left. They will allow us to move the element around the screen. So let's set the top property to 0 and the left property to 0, 2, and see what happens. And okay. That moved the div to the top left corner of the page. That's a start, but ideally what we want is that the top and left properties to work relative to the top left corner of the search bar. so that if we decide to move the search bar somewhere else, or if we decide to adopt our page to support mobile, then it's going to be really easy to do. So to make the top and left properties be relative to our search bar, which is this HTML element, and it's a parent of the search results div, we can also use the position property and set the position of the search bar to relative. So for that, I'm going to add position relative here. Now, if I reload the page, notice that the search results div now is absolutely positioned relative to the search div. This is because remember that when we apply position relative to an element, as we are doing here for the search, then if it has a child element with the absolute position, which is this search results div, then the top, left, right, and bottom properties of this absolutely positioned child are now calculated from the top, left, right, and bottom of the relative positioned parent. To put it simply, notice that when the search div has a position relative, the search results is at its top left corner. But if I turn off the relative position, then the search results is moved to the top left corner of the page. So setting the relative position to the search is what we want to easily position the search results. Next, let's make it as wide as the search div. What the relative position also allows is to set the width of its absolutely positioned child, so the width, to 100% like this. And this makes the search results div be as wide as its relatively positioned parent, which is the search div. And this is exactly what we want. Now let me show you what happens if I turn off the relative position here. Without it, the search results div is as wide as the page, because it's now absolutely positioned relative to the page itself and has its width property set to 100%. There are times when you want a behavior like this, for example, when you're creating a modal window, but in our case, we want the search results to be as wide as the search bar. And for that, we need its position to be relative. Next, to make the drop-down content start right below the search, we're going to use padding. And we will set the top padding of the search results div to be equal to the height of the search div. If this sounds confusing, don't worry, you'll see what I mean after we do this. So let's calculate the search height, which is its vertical padding, so 10 plus 10, 20. And also we'll add its content height, which is this, but we'll round it up, or technically seal, to 19 pixels, which means that the total current search height is 39 pixels. And we'll use this value to set the top padding of the search results to 39 pixels. So for that, I'm going to write padding top 39 pixels. Pixels. And reload the page. Great. Now the content of the search results container starts right after the search. But the problem is that the dropdown covers the search and we don't want that. To fix this, we need to put the dropdown or the search results behind the search somehow. And because the dropdown is absolutely positioned, we can use the z-index property. And one side note, when I say the dropdown, I actually mean search results div. So I'm going to use the dropdown or the search results div interchangeably. And back to the z-index. If you have a hard time remembering these positioning related properties, go back to the CSS positioning section of this course and watch it to refresh your knowledge, because it's certainly useful to come back and review that material from time to time. Okay, by default, all positioned elements have their z-index set to 0, which means that if the search Z index is 0 and we want to put the search results behind it, then we can set its Z index to a smaller number, which will be -1. So Z index -1. And if I reload the page, there you go. Now the search is on top and we can use it, and the dropdown is behind. Also, notice that the dropdown content starts right below the search. This is because we set its top padding to the same value as the height of the search. And that created several issues here. First, the drop-down corners are not the same as the search corners, and we don't want them to be like this. So to fix this, we can go to VS Code and just copy the border radius from the search and put it here. And when I reload the page, okay, this is better. And this is a padding issue, we'll fix it later. And so another issue here is that the dropdown is now not only behind the search, but it's also behind all the page content. I can tell this because its background color is green, but we can still see this gray border here. To better demonstrate this, I'll quickly set the background color of the sidebar div to red. So for that, I'm gonna, okay, this is a sidebar, and I'll add a new rule, background color red, reload the page. Notice that this sidebar covers the dropdown, but we want the opposite. We want the dropdown to be in front of it. So to fix this, we'll use positioning again. We'll change the position property of the header element, which is a parent of the search, and search results. So we'll set the position property of the header to relative. This will allow us to use the Z-index property to lift the header up, which will also lift up its positioned children, one of which is this search results div. So let's find the header rule. Oh, it's here, and we'll add position relative here. And this alone will not fix the issue because the header has a default Z-index of 0. But if we set its Z-index to any integer, that is greater than 0, say 1, and this will fix the issue. And move the header and its children, along with the search results, to the front. Now the dropdown is above the rest of the content, so it's above this sidebar and it's above this border, but it's behind the search. And now we can remove this red and green backgrounds. So I'm going to remove this one, and let's also remove this CSS rule. Great. But notice that now that we removed the green background, we can see the green line here. This is because by default, the background is transparent. But we don't want that. We want it to be white. And for that, we actually want the background color property here, but instead of green, we want it to be white. And when I reload the page, notice that the border is no longer visible where the dropdown is. Next, let's add the shadow, this shadow, to the dropdown so that we can easily see its boundaries. For that, we're going to go to the reference page and inspect the dropdown. Now, the problem is that as soon as I inspected the dropdown, the input lost its focus, and so the dropdown disappeared. So for now, as a temporary solution to this issue, let's just select this search results div here, because I know that we need to select this one, and I'll show you a better way a little bit later. Okay, usually it's not practical to type in shadows manually because they contain custom colors and it's easy to make a mistake. So under the Styles tab, let's collapse the emulation. We're interested in this box shadow property, and let's just copy the whole value here, and then go to our code and add box shadow and paste the value. This is what I was talking about. This value is too complex and not practical to type in manually because it's really easy to make a mistake here. And let me quickly format the value to make it more readable. Okay, this means that we're going to add two shadows here that are separated by a comma. And in the first shadow, this first value, this 0, means where the shadow is horizontally. And 0 means that it's just right behind an element. The second value moves the shadow vertically. 1 pixel means that the shadow will be placed 1 pixel down. Next, the third value configures how blurry the shadow will be. So it's going to be 4 pixels blurry. And the fourth value here determines how big or small the shadow is relative to the size of its element. 0 means that the shadow is the same size as the search results div. And the last value is the color of the shadow. Here we're using the RGBA color format, which allows us to set the color and its transparency as the fourth value. So this color is black, but very transparent. And then the second shadow here is kind of the same, except it's 4 pixels lower. And now, if I reload the page, the dropdown has this nice shadow and looks much better. Great. I think we have finished creating the dropdown container, and we can pick a next part to work on. Let's see. We're going to need a scrollable element to hold all these search results and trending items. We can also add this line to the element using the border property. So let's create the scrollable container. For that, I'm going to add another div here. Let's also add a class. We'll call it search results scrollable. And we'll need a closing div tag. And also let's write search results in here. And if I reload the page, visually nothing has changed because divs are just container elements. But now we can style the new div. So I think let's add this line to the div. And for that, I'm going to copy this class name and add another CSS rule inside our style sheet. We can add the line in many different ways, but the easiest is to use the border property. The line will be above the content of the div, so we'll set the top border. And as for the border value, we'll copy it from this reference page because just as with shadows, it's important to understand a border value, but there is no practical advantage to typing it in manually. So I'm going to inspect this to get the value. There it is. I will copy this border top value from here. And then here we'll write border top and paste the value. And this should look like this. There is our border, and next let's move it down to match the header line. We'll do this by increasing the top padding value of the search results to push the content down along with the top border here. And what we can do is we can first find out the value we need in the developer tools. Then we'll update the style sheet. So for that, let's select the search results and open the styles tab. Then we'll click here and increase the top padding. And 47 is good enough. Once again, keep in mind that when we change the styles in the DevTools, it only has a temporary effect. When we reload the page, all the changes are reverted. So when you use the DevTools, don't forget to move your changes to actual style sheets. And this is what I'm going to do now. We need to set this padding top to 47 pixels. There you go. And now we can start building the recent searches component. The recent searches component is just a list of items where each item consists of an image, some text, and then a button. And when we hover over an item or click on it, it is highlighted. And also notice that the same thing happens with the remove button. To create this recent searches component, we'll use the split into smaller pieces approach again. We will need a container element like a div for the entire component, and then we will put a bunch of smaller elements inside. Most of the time, when you have a component with multiple similar elements, like here, it's better to use a list element, and usually it's an unordered list. So let's add a list. For that, in the index.html file, I'm gonna remove this text and add a UL element. Remember that UL is short for an unordered list. Let's add a class right away. We'll call it recent searches. Remember that UL is a block element by default, and it's a container where we put list items. So let's add our first list item, and for that we'll use an li element. Usually it's a little bit better to also assign a class to these list items and target them by their class name from CSS. But I think you already learned how to do that really well, so for the sake of practice, we'll use different CSS selectors here. And because of that, we're not going to assign any classes to this list item. And next, let's also add markup for this image, this text, and this button. We'll start by adding an image here, and we'll add the src attribute and leave it empty for now. Then let's create the community folder under the images, community. We created this folder just to organize our images, and let's save this little image inside our new community folder. Make sure that you save that image inside the community folder too. And then let's point to this image using a relative path, which will be images, community, and community icon 1.png. And let's also add the community image class to this image. And if I reload the page, okay, this is nice. Next, we'll add a div element for the actual recent search. And for that, I'm going to copy this text, and in our HTML file, I'll add a div with a class about recent search value, and we'll paste the text. And okay, there is the text. And for this, we'll need to add a button element. So let's add a button here. And also a class. It's going to be recent search remove. And to have this icon as our button, we're going to need to add an image, and an image inside this button. Now for the image, we'll create a new folder under images, and the folder will be icons. And this is where we'll save this remove icon. Notice that the actual icon name is close.svg. Okay, we created these subfolders because we're going to have a lot of icons and community images. And this way, it's going to be easier to work with them. Then we'll point to this close icon from our HTML code. So images, icons, close.svg. And if I reload the page, amazing. Now we've got all the HTML elements we need, and we can start styling these, because this isn't that pretty. First, let's remove this black bullet from our list items. The browser adds these bullets by default, but we don't want to have it like this. So to remove this bullet, we need to style the list container, which is this UL element. And for that, we'll copy its class name, and inside the search.css file, we'll add another CSS rule. Probably you remember that the property we need to hide those bullets is called list style. And to remove the bullets, we'll set it to none. And great. That removed the default bullets from our list items. Next, notice that by default, the elements inside the search item go from top to bottom. Or we could say that this is a vertical layout. Okay, So what can we do to make them go from left to right? Nowadays, most of the time, the answer is Flexbox. So let's use Flexbox. Now we want this image and this div and this button to be on the same line, which means we have to make their parent, which is this list item, a Flex container. Notice that this list item doesn't have a class, so we can't just target it by its class name from our CSS code. What other options do we have? We could use a tag selector like this. But the problem is that this will target all li elements from all other lists on the page. So we need to narrow down this selector, and what we could do is limit it to the list items only inside the recent searches. And we can use the child combinator for that. To use the child combinator, I'm gonna update this and target the recent searches class first. Then I'll type space greater than space, where these spaces are optional and we use them here to improve the code readability. But this greater than symbol is not optional. You probably remember from previous tutorials in this course what this selector means. It means target only the li elements that are direct children of the recent searches class. And now let's add here display flex to turn each of these list items into a flex container. And when I reload the page, okay, now the elements are positioned from left to right because they are now flex children and the flex direction is row by default, which places them horizontally. Also, because the align items is set to stretch by default, the button and text are stretched vertically to match the height of the tallest flex child, which is this image. And we can enable flex debug here for this list item to see this better. These dashed lines show the boundaries of each of these flex children. Now let's change this and set the align items property to center, which will return them to their natural size and center them vertically. Next, let's style the flex children one by one, starting with this image. And based on what we see here, we'll need to make the image much smaller. Let's inspect the image to see the actual values that we need to use. Okay. Its width and height is 16 pixels. We'll use that. Now to target the image, we can use its class name. So let's copy the class name here, and then we'll write period, and then paste the class name. And then we'll write width 16 pixels and height 16 pixels. When I reload the page, this is better. Okay, let's turn off the flex debug and adjust the spacing on the left side of the community image compared with this. Notice that we've got more space here than we need. First of all, let's investigate where this space is coming from because we didn't set it explicitly. Normally, the fastest way to find out is to hover over the space and then inspect. I inspect it with the mouse, but usually I use a keyboard shortcut. It's much faster and more convenient, so I recommend you to learn the shortcut. To learn the shortcut, you can hover over this little inspect button here in the DevTools, and after a few seconds, you'll see a tooltip with the shortcut. It's Command-Shift-C for Mac and Control-Shift-C for Windows. Okay, so let's try the shortcut to inspect this space and then click on the space. And it is selected the list of the recent searches. And when I hover the mouse over the list in DOM tree, notice the green rectangle on the left, which is padding. And in the box model here, you can see that this is a 40 pixel padding here. So this is where the space on the left side is coming from. Now let's remove this padding from the list because we will add it to individual list items. And we've already got a rule that targets the list here. So let's use this rule and set its padding to 0. In our case, it's not important to specifically target only the left padding, so we can use this shorthand property that targets all the sides, because it's less typing and makes our code a bit simpler. Okay, and when I reload the page, this is good. But notice that there is also this extra space at the top and bottom of the list. And if we look at the box model again, we can see that there is a default 16 pixel margin at the top and bottom of the list. Let's remove this margin as well. For that, we can also use the margin shorthand property, and we'll set it to 0 from all sides. And we're using the shorthand property for the same reason as we used it for padding, because the left and right margins were 0 anyway, and we wanted to remove the top and bottom margins. And this way our code is a little simpler. Great. Now that we've removed the default space, we can configure it to our liking. So to add the space around the search item, we'll use padding. And the reason for that is that notice that on the reference page, every search item has this space around it. And when I hover over a search item or click it, it receives this gray background, and the empty space receives the background too. And remember that when we assign a background to an element, its padding will receive this background, but its margin will not. And because we want this space to receive this gray background, we will use the padding property. Now let's inspect this list item to find out what padding values we're going to use. And to inspect this item, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut, so Command-Shift-C for Mac or Control-Shift-C for Windows. Then I'm going to hover over the free space and click on it. Okay, so the values for our padding will be 4 pixels for the top and bottom and 24 pixels for the left and right. Now we already have this CSS rule that targets all list items in recent searches. So let's extend this rule and add padding. And we want 4 pixels for the top and bottom and 24 pixels for the left and right. And when I reload our page, this is better. And next, notice that when I hover over a list item in the recent searches, here it changes the color and the cursor becomes a pointer. Let's add this behavior to our items as well. And this is easy. We need to add a CSS rule that targets the list items in their hover state and then set the background color property and the cursor to pointer. And then to get the background color, we can use the DevTools and inspect the search item, then set its emulated state to hover, and then copy its background color here. And we've done this enough times, so I'm going to ask you to pause this video and do it yourself first. Then we'll do this together so that you can check your solution. Okay, so I'm going to copy the color from here and then go to VS Code and add a new CSS rule that will target recent searches, then the direct child combinator and li to target list items inside the recent searches. And here we'll set the background color property, and I'll paste the color we copied earlier. We also want to change the cursor to pointer on hover, and this rule actually targets the normal state of list items. So let's add :hover to target the hover state. And now when I reload the page, there you go. When we hover over list item, it gets highlighted. Great. Next, I'm going to ask you to style the active state of this list item. So when we click it, like here, it should change its background color as well. So pause the video and add another CSS rule that targets the active state of search items. Use the DevTools to emulate its active state and get the background color you need. And also don't worry about the search corners getting like this on hover. We'll fix that after you finish handling the active state. Okay, well done. Now let's do this together. So to handle the active state, I'm going to emulate it to copy the background color that we need. Then we'll need another CSS rule that targets the active state. Here, I'll set the background color to the one I copied. And we actually don't need to set the cursor to pointer here, because when we click on an element, our cursor is over the element, so we're in the hover state at the same time. So this should be enough. And when I reload the page, look at that. Now we're handling the active state as well. Good. Next, let's fix these ugly corners here. We don't have them in the normal state because in the normal state we have a default background color that is completely transparent or invisible. And because we have the padding from the left here and right here, which is also fully transparent because it inherits the default background color, we only see the round corners of the search container behind it. But when we hover over the search item or click on it, we're now setting its background color, and now it covers the corners and the shadow of the container. And actually, the content area ends where the round corners of the container end. It's just that by default, the browser doesn't hide the content that overflows, as you learned in the previous tutorials. This means that we can easily fix this by hiding whatever overflows the search container. To do this, we'll need to find the search results. Okay, there it is. The search results rule, which is our container for the entire search dropdown. And here we'll add another property, which will be overflow hidden. And this should hide any content that is outside of this element. And when I reload the page, now, if I hover over the search item or click on it, everything is fine. Because we asked the browser to hide anything inside the search results element that overflows, including this background that we're setting here. Now that we have taken care of the hover and active states, notice that when I click on the search item, or even when I hover over it, there is this white background behind the image, and it's a square. But if we look at the reference page, here it is a circle. So why is that, and how we can make it a circle on our page as well? Well, the reason is that this white background is only a part of the image itself, and we can make it a circle by rounding the corners of the image. And as you already know, we do this by using the border radius property. Now, this image is a square, and to make it a circle, we can just set its border radius to half of its width. Because if the radius is half of the width, the corners will bend so that they meet in the middle of each side, creating a perfect circle. And to do that, let's find the rule that targets our images. There it is. And we'll set the border radius property to half of its width, which is 8 pixels. And when I reload the page and hover over or click, great. Now it's a perfect circle. Next, let's add this space between the image and the text, because we don't have it right now. Okay, how do we do this? Think about what CSS properties we already know that can help us with this. Okay, two that come to my mind are the padding and margin properties. Both can do what we want, but I think conceptually the margin property would be better here because it adds space outside of an element. And this space here is between the elements, so it's outside. So we could add the margin to the right side of the image or to the left side of the text, and that would be a good solution. But since their parent, so this li element, is also a flex container, we have a third option here. And probably you've already guessed what that is. We can use the gap property, which sets the distance between flex items. And so for more practice, let's use the gap property. We use the gap property on flex containers, and our list items are flex containers. Let me show you. Yes, they are flex containers. And so let's find the rule that targets our list items. There it is. This is the rule we're interested in, and I'm gonna write here gap. Let's start with, say, 10 pixels to see if it works, and then we'll get the correct value from the reference page. And if I reload the page, good. It works because there is this extra space, but notice that the gap property has added 10 pixels of space not only between these, but also between these two. This is because the gap property adds space between each flex item in the flex container. Most of the time you want this, but sometimes you want to add space between just some flex items, but not all of them. And in that case, use the margin property instead of the gap. But in our case, the gap property is perfectly fine. Now let's get the exact value for the gap, and let's hide this. So the gap value is 14 pixels, and I'm gonna update this, reload the page, perfect. Next, let's move this button to the right, just like we have it here. To do that, I want to show you a couple of tricks that professional developers use. And the first trick is to set the left margin of this button to automatically take up all the free space that's left after the text. And that left margin will push the button to the right. So let's do that. It's also important to make sure that we set the margin on the button element itself and not on its children, I mean, not on this image. This is because the free space that the left margin will take up is inside the flex container, not inside the button itself. Because remember that flex items are the elements that are direct children of a flex container. But children of flex items like this image, they are not flex items. Okay, so to set the left margin of this button, let's go to VS Code and find the rule that targets the button. Probably we don't have that rule. So let's add one, and I'm going to copy this class name and search inside the file to make sure that we don't have the rule. Yeah. So let's add a new one, target the button. And here we'll write margin left auto. And this auto value tells the browser to assign to this margin all the unused horizontal space that is left inside the flex container. So watch what happens when I reload the page. And there you go. The button is right at the end of the flex container. And if I inspect the button, notice that this orange rectangle on the left, that's our left margin. It's taking up all the unused horizontal space. It almost reaches the edge of the text, and this extra empty space is actually the 14 pixels gap we set earlier. What's cool about this auto margin is that if we add more content in the elements to the left, so for example, if we make this image wider or increase the gap or add more text like say this, now see how the margin automatically adjusted and the button stays perfectly in the same place. This is a common way to position the last flex item on the right side of the flex container. Now let me show you another way to achieve this. First, we'll remove this auto margin and reload the page. And so the second way to push this button to the right is to make this element with the text take up all the space available. And just like with the auto left margin, this will push the remove button to the right. From previous tutorials, we know that we use the flex grow property on a flex item to add all the available space to it. And that we only use the flex grow property on flex items, not the flex container itself. And that by default, the value of the flex grow property is 0, and if we set it to 1, the flex item will get all the available space. And so this is what we're going to do. To push the remove button to the right, we want to grow the search value div. I mean this one. I don't think that we have a CSS rule that targets this div yet, but to be sure, let's copy the class name and search in our style sheet. Okay, we don't have the rule. And to search in this file, I use the command F keyboard shortcut for Mac, or it's Control F for Windows. And another way is to go inside the edit menu, and there is this find option here. But I encourage you to learn this shortcut because you're going to be searching things a lot, and it's going to save you a lot of time over the years. Okay, and now let's add a new rule that targets the search value. And here we want to set the flex grow property to 1, and that should give the element all the available space. And if I reload the page, there you go. Now the remove button is at the end of the flex container. So the same result as with the margin left auto. Okay, and so how do you know when to use the margin left auto approach and when to use the flex grow approach? In our case, both approaches are fine, and you want to use the auto left margin approach when you want to push the last flex item to the right and keep the natural width of the remaining flex items intact. For example, if I search for MDN and open their website, in navigation menus like this, if you want to keep the natural size of your menu items, but also push the rest to the right, like this theme button, you want to use the auto margin approach here, because you don't want your navigation items grow. And so this is how it looks like when the auto margin is used to push the rest of the items to the right. The tools item here has its natural size and it looks good. And this is how it looks like when the flex grow 1 is used here instead of the auto margin. Notice how the tools item is stretched horizontally and it just looks wrong. So if you want to keep the natural size of your elements, use the margin auto approach. But for the cases where you want to grow your flex items, use the flex grow approach. Okay, next let's handle the hover and active states for the button like here. So when we hover over the button, the cursor should become a pointer and a gray circle should appear behind the image. And when we click the button, the circle should change color. So how do we make this gray circle? Well, we can set the background color of the button. And to make it a circle, we can set its border radius property to half of the width, as we did with the community image here. And to make the button background bigger than the image, we already know that we can use padding. So let's do all this. First, we need to find out the value of the background color here. And as usual, I'm going to inspect the element and then emulate the hover state to enable the hover rule. And don't worry that the dropdown disappeared in this case. The rules are still visible here. Let me increase this. There you go. There is the rule. I'll copy this color, and inside our VS Code, we already have this empty CSS rule that targets our button. So let's use this rule. I'm going to write background color, then paste the color, and let's also change it to target the hover state. Let's also change the cursor to a pointer. And if I reload our page, an ugly gray rectangle appears on hover. And if I inspect the button, you can see that it gets this default padding, and this is why the background is slightly bigger than the image. And let's disable this flex debug information because we don't need it right now. Okay, so let's change the padding to be the same from all sides to make it a perfect square. I'm not gonna guess the padding value because we can just use the DevTools to get it from the reference page. And I'm gonna inspect this button. The padding is 8 pixels from all sides. And this is what we're gonna set here, padding 8 pixels. Reload our page. And now the button jumps back and forth on hover because the padding changes from the default in the normal state to the larger one in the hover state. And to avoid this, we can add another CSS rule that targets the normal state of this button and move the padding property to the rule so that it will be applied in all states. And for that, I'm going to copy this and add one more rule just before the hover rule. And this is where we're going to move the padding property. And now this works properly. Next, let's change this square to a circle. For that, we'll need to set the border radius property to half the width. And because we're using padding property here to calculate half the width, we have to add the padding to the width and then divide it by 2, which is a bit tedious. There is a better way. We can set the value. So we can write border radius and set the value here to be 50%, which in this case means to use half the width. And now if I reload the page, we've got almost a perfect gray circle. Okay, so what's going on here and how can we fix it? Now the reason is that this button is not a perfect circle, is in this image. Now, if you look at the image itself, it looks like it's just a perfect square. So it's 16 by 16. And because the button has the same padding from all sides, this should be a perfect circle, but it's not. So again, look at the content area of the image. It's just a perfect square. But if we look at the content area of the button, which is this blue area, notice that it's not the same as the image. It is a bit taller. And this is why our button is not a perfect circle. Now we've got this extra space in the content area inside the button because images are by default inline elements in CSS. Or simply put, CSS treats images sort of like regular text, and by default, CSS elevates images a bit to handle certain text characters well. And to fix this, we can apply a special property to our image. So for that, let's target the image. To apply that property, first we need to add a CSS rule that will target the image. And notice that this image doesn't have a class. So let's use a combination of selectors to target it. For that, I'm going to copy this class name from its parent, which is this button. And then in our CSS code, we'll add another rule. And we can just write img here. So use a tag selector with this space, which here is a descendant combinator that allows us to target all the image elements inside this class, no matter how deep they are nested within. Or we can use the direct child combinator, and you already know how this works. So both combinators will be fine in this case. Okay, and so this targets our image. And now to fix it, let's write vertical align bottom. Now this will remove that little elevation from our image. And if I reload the page, there you go. Now the button is a perfect circle. I won't explain the vertical align property here in detail because I think there are much more important things to learn at the beginning. And there is one more thing, almost 100% of the time, we don't want this elevation behavior with our images by default. Because notice, for example, when I switch tabs back and forth with the reference page, you can see that the Reddit logo on our page is slightly elevated as well. So I suggest that we fix this elevation behavior for all images on our page. And for that, what we can do is we can simply remove this part. And now this CSS rule is applied to all images on our page. And if I reload our page, notice that this button stays a perfect circle, but also this image is now aligned with the image on the reference page. And lastly, because this rule affects all the images on our page, so it's not just search related, I suggest that we move this rule into this style sheet that we created for the cases just like this one. And if I reload our page, everything should stay the same. Great. Next, notice this black border around the button. The browser adds this black border to buttons by default when we change their styles. We don't want this border here because there is no border on the reference page around these buttons. So I'm going to ask you to pause this video and remove this border because you already know how to do this. Okay, and let me quickly remove the border as well. So for that, I'm going to write border and the value will be none. And there you go. Next, let's deal with the active state. That is when we click on the button. And in the active state, we want to change the button's background color. So for that, let's emulate the active state and copy the color from here. This is a very transparent black color. Let's add another CSS rule, recent search remove, that targets the active state of these buttons. And here we want to set the background color property to this one. Reload the page and there you go. Now the button changes its background color on click. And actually, congratulations, we're done writing styles for the search items. Now we just need to add the HTML code for the rest, for these ones, for the rest of the search items from here. Let me resize the developer tools to see the dropdown better. So to add the remaining search items, we'll need to save each of these community icons and duplicate the first search item HTML 4 times. Then change the path to the community image for each of them and their search text. So pause this video and do that yourself. I mean, add these remaining search items. And I'm going to speed up the video because there is nothing new here. Normally, you don't have to do this repetitive work manually because you have a programming language that does all this work. You'll learn about it in future courses when we get to JavaScript and other programming languages. And when I reload the page, there they are, the remaining search items. Well done. Next, we're going to create the trending today section or component. We will approach this the same way we did before. We'll break it down into smaller pieces that are easy to create. And from now on, I'll refer to this as the divide and conquer technique or algorithm. A divide and conquer algorithm breaks down a problem into 2 or more subproblems until they are simple enough to solve directly. The smaller solutions are then combined to solve the original problem. And this is exactly what we're doing when we create and style many small elements and then combine them to create larger components and then the whole web page. Okay, let's apply the divide and conquer algorithm here to create the trending today section. So first, there is this line that separates the searches section from the trending today section. Then we have this section name in all capital letters and the icon. Then we've got a list of trending items where each item has a title with bold and slightly larger text and a description, a community icon and a name, and then a larger image with slightly rounded corners and a line between each item. And finally, when we hover over an item or click on it, the cursor becomes a pointer and its background color changes. So this is what we're going to create next. First, let's add this line. We'll add it as the bottom border of the search results container. The line is continuous, so its style should be solid. It's really thin, so I can tell by eye that its width is 1 pixel, but let's check that in the DevTools along with its color. Okay, if I try to inspect the line, notice that as soon as I move the cursor away, the drop-down disappears. This is not convenient, and you probably noticed it because it's happened many times before. And so that happened because when I clicked on the drop-down element, the search input, which is this text field, lost focus, and the drop-down is styled to be visible only when the focus is on the input. So to make the drop-down stay visible even when there is no focus, let's use the DevTools to emulate that focus state. And for that, I'm going to inspect the search input. Make sure that you inspect the input, not the search div. Otherwise, it won't work. So I'm going to select the input and then turn on the focus option. And this will act as if we clicked on the search input, and now we can see the drop down all the time. And even if I click anywhere outside of the drop down, it stays visible, which makes it much more convenient to work with this drop down than before. Now let's try to inspect the recent searches container again. Notice that this time when I move the cursor away, the drop down stays visible. Okay, and we are interested in the recent searches container, not the list item. And let me collapse the emulation section. There it is, the bottom border. It's 1 pixel, solid, and has a very transparent black color. And so I'm just going to click on the value and copy the entire value here. Now let's find the recent searches rule. Where it is. Here's the rule. We want to add border bottom here and paste the value. And when I reload the page, okay, the changes are barely visible, but you can still see this very thin border here. And don't worry, we will see the line when we add more content. Okay, next, let's add this trending today header. So first of all, let's think of how we'll organize the HTML code of our component in general. As we discussed earlier, it is convenient to put the entire component in a container div so that it's easy to work with and move around. And this is what we're going to do here in our index.html. Okay, we're done with the recent searches, so we don't need to see its code anymore. And for that, I collapsed the code of the entire UL element. And by doing this, we're hiding the code inside the list, but the code is still there. Okay, then after the recent searches, let's add a div with a class trending today, like this. And this div will be the container for the entire component. This component starts with the trending today header, which consists of this text and this icon. They are on the same line, so it's going to be convenient to put both the text and the icon inside another div, which will be a container for this header. See how we use the divide and conquer algorithm here. We have a big container for the whole component, and then we'll have a smaller container inside it, and we'll keep doing this until there is nothing left to divide. Okay, so in our code, we'll add a div with the header class. We'll add the image and the text inside this div. And I'm going to add the image element. Let's leave the source attribute empty until we download the icon. We've got enough classes here to target this image from our CSS code, but let's add a simple class here to be even more specific. It's going to be just image. And this is just in case if we decide to add more images to the header in the future. Then let's add a span element for the trending today text. We could use a div element instead. It makes no difference because we're making the header a flexbox container. But for the sake of practice, we'll use a span here. Let's also add a class here. It'll be title. Let's type in trending today here. And this is going to be our HTML for the header. Now let's see how it looks in the browser. This is weird. The text is on the right side, but it should be on the left side by default. So let's inspect the span element to see its styles. Okay, our span has no styles here, but what I notice is that the trending header has this little flex badge, which means that it's a flex container for some reason. And this is weird because we didn't write any styles for the header and it should be a regular block element by default. Now let's inspect the header to see its styles. Okay, I see what's going on here. This is what happens when we use class names that are too generic, because we used the header class to style our header at the top of the page. And now we used the header class for the trending today header, and it's getting all these styles from the header, even though we don't want it to. To fix this, we can simply make the name of the trending header class more specific. And we can do that by just adding trending today to the beginning of the class name. And now it has a new class name that should be unique to this component. And if I reload the page, okay, this is much better. The text is aligned to the left, just as I would expect it to. So if you don't want an issue like we just had, use more specific and less generic names for your classes, unless you're creating a generic component like a generic button. Okay, and let's just add this prefix to these classes just in case. Good. Next, let's use the actual trending today icon here. For this, I'm going to go to the reference page and save image as. This is an icon, so I'm going to save it in the icons folder. And now we can update the source attribute here. It will be images, so images, then icons, and then trending.svg. And if I reload the page, okay, there it is, our icon. The icon is not fully visible because remember that we configured the dropdown to hide anything that overflows. We will fix that in a moment. And for that, we'll need to add space to the top and sides of the header. And I'm talking about this space above and to the left. We've done this enough times, so I'm going to ask you to pause the video again and do it yourself first. You'll need to set the padding property here and use the DevTools to get the padding value. So pause the video and use the padding property to fix this issue. Now let's do this together. And for that, I'm going to inspect the header here. And the padding is 12 pixels from the top and 16 pixels on the sides. And to target the header, let's copy its class name. And then at the end of the style sheet, we'll add another CSS rule, and the padding will be 12 pixels from the top, 16 pixels from the right, 0 pixels from the bottom, and 16 pixels from the left. And actually, if the right and left values are the same, we can remove the left value from here and have it like this. And the browser will apply 16 pixels to both the right and left sides. And reload the page. Great. This seems to be right. And if I inspect the header and go to the computed tab, you can see that the header has exactly the padding we configured, 12 from the top and 16 from the sides, and nothing from the bottom. Okay, the next thing I notice is that the color of our icon is slightly different from the color of the icon here. So let's inspect this icon to see its styles. Oh, okay. This is because the icon has the opacity property set to 0.6. This means that it's only 60% visible or opaque and 40% see-through or transparent. So let's apply this to our icon as well. And for that, I'm going to inspect our icon and copy its class name, and then add a new CSS rule. And inside the rule, we'll set the opacity property to 0.6, which is 60%. And if I reload our page, there you go. Our icon here looks exactly as the icon here. So I think we're done with styling this icon. And next, let's style the trending text. First of all, notice that it's all uppercase. In the tutorial on styling text, we learned that we can use the text transform property to make our text uppercase. And for that, we're going to inspect the title, copy its class name, and then add one more CSS rule. And then we'll set the text transform property to uppercase. And when I reload the page, okay, that's uppercase, good. Next, the color is different here. So I'm going to inspect the title and also copy the color. And also I see here that we need to set the font size property to 14 pixels and change the font weight to 400. So let's remember that. Okay, and for our title, we want to change its color to the one that we just copied. And then the font size, I believe it's 14 pixels. And then the font weight will be 400. And now when we reload the page, this is much better. Now the color, the font size and weight match the reference design. But what I notice here, if I switch back and forth, and you may have noticed this with some of the previous text as well, is that the text font doesn't match. And for that, let me zoom in here to see it better, and here too. Now compare this T letter, for example, here and here. Look how different they are. And this is because we haven't configured any fonts on our page, so we're using default fonts. And on the reference page, it's using, well, let's see what it's using. We're interested in the font family properties, so it is Roboto. So the trending today header is using the Roboto font. And this is why it's different from ours. So I suggest that we change the font on our page to Roboto as well. The problem is that the Roboto font is not a default font and it's not available on all devices. So as a solution, we'll use Google Fonts to make it available to our users. Google Fonts is a free service and you don't have to register in order to use it. So let's open a new tab and search for Google Fonts. Then we'll open this first link, and inside this search input, let's search for Roboto and press enter. And this will list all the available fonts. We are interested in the one that's just called Roboto. Let's click on it to open. This is a page with a lot of information about the font. For example, if we open the About tab, it says that people used this font 66.6 billion times over the last week, and that this font is featured in more than 627 million websites, which I think is pretty cool, and those are huge numbers. So to add it to our website, let's click on this Get Font button, which will open up a page that looks like a shopping cart showing fonts that we've selected. And in my case, it's just one font, Roboto. Most of the time, we're not interested in downloading the font. We want to get the embed code. So let's click on this button. Then scroll down a bit to load this embed information. On the left side, we can configure what font styles we want to use on our page. This is mostly used for advanced performance optimizations. And we are interested in this area to the right. Here we've got tabs with instructions how to embed the font on different platforms. And we are interested in the Web tab because we want to include the font to our website. And so it gives us two ways to load the font, via the link tag and via the import CSS at rule. The general recommendation here is to use the link over the import, unless you have a very compelling reason to use the import, which is rarely the case. And the reason you want to use the link is it provides better performance. Also, it's better for SEO, search engine optimization, and it's more widely supported by different web browsers. So we'll use the link. And here we're instructed to embed the code below in the head of our HTML. We could also embed the code in the body and it would work, but embedding it in the head is generally better. Because this way the browser loads the fonts before it displays any content on your web page. And your web page will be displayed with this custom font from the beginning. But if you include this code in the body, depending on where you put it, for users on mobile or with slow internet connection, your web page might be displayed using a default font first, and only when the custom font is loaded, all the text that uses the custom font will change its appearance, which is not a pleasant experience and also bad for SEO. So let's listen to Google's wisdom and put the code in the head. For that, let's click on the copy code button, which will copy the code from this area to the clipboard. Then we'll go to the index.html file, scroll up, and paste the code at the end of the head element. It doesn't really matter where you put it unless it's in the head. But in general, it's a good idea to group your link styles in a way that makes sense for you. For me, it makes sense to put our custom style sheets first and close together, and then the Google font style sheets, and visually separating them with a new line. This way, we have a slightly easier access to our custom style sheets that we change more often than the fonts. And let's indent these two links. Okay. And here, the first two links that we pasted, they are not style sheets. These are directives that improve performance by preparing certain things beforehand. And this third link is a style sheet that contains CSS instructions to load the Roboto font we want. Now we're all set to use the font with our text. For that, let's go to the search.css file and find the trending today title rule. And here we'll write font family. Remember, this is the property that we use to set one or more custom fonts for our text. As a value, we need to specify the name of the font that we want to use. And where do we get the name of our custom font? Well, we can get it from the same page where we get the embed code. Let's scroll down a bit, and after the embed section goes this second section where Google gives us different examples of how we can use the font in our CSS code. And this is where we can get the exact name of the font that we want to use, which is Roboto in quotes. Let's copy this value and paste it here in our code. And if I go back to our page and reload it, there you go. The font has changed to Roboto. And let's compare it to the reference page. Great. I think that we've got it right. Okay. It is a good practice to set a fallback font in case the browser can't load the Roboto font for some reason. For example, if the Google Font Service stops working. And for that, let's go back to our styles and extend the font family declaration. We'll write comma and then sans serif. And you probably remember from the tutorial about how to style text that sans serif is not a font, it is a group of fonts, or in other words, a generic font family. And if we specify it as a second font after Roboto, in case if it fails to load the Roboto font, then the browser will use any of the sans serif fonts available on your user's computer. This is why writing it this way is a good idea. And it's actually considered as a best practice to always specify a generic font family at the end of the list whenever you use a custom font. And with this, if I reload our page, there are no visual changes because the roboto font is successfully loaded and applied. And the fallback font is only applied if the browser fails to load the roboto font. And let me zoom out here, go to the reference page. And I think that we're almost done with the trending header. There's just a few little tweaks we need to make before we move on to the next part. We need to make sure that both the text and the icon are aligned vertically in the center, and also add more space between them like here. To achieve this, it's a good idea to use Flexbox and the gap property to add more space. You already know how to do this, so I'm going to ask you to pause the video and do this yourself first to get more practice, which is essential if you want to build your coding skills. Okay, and now let's do this together. I'm going to inspect the header to find out the exact gap value that we need. And it's 8 pixels, great. And I can see this align item center declaration here. But I think that in our case, we'll be fine without it, just with Flex defaults. So we want to enable Flexbox for the header. And we already have a CSS rule for the header. So let's find the rule and extend it. We'll write display flex, and also gap will be 8 pixels. And now when I reload our page, I think that our header looks the same as the header on the reference page. Yes, perfect. This means that we have finished styling the trending today header, and we can move on to creating the trending items list. Now, if you're up for a challenge and you want to quickly improve your CSS skills, I highly recommend that you try creating and styling this list yourself. You already have and know everything that you need. It may be difficult to see at first, but the trending today list is actually a slightly more complex version of the recent searches list. So just like in the recent searches, use the UL element as a container here. Then use the li list item element to contain all the HTML of one item from this list. And you already know how to download and include images and how to adjust their width and make round corners using the border radius property. You can use Flexbox to place these on the same line. You already know how to style images to have this shape of a circle and how to set a background on hover and on click. So apply the divide and conquer technique to split this big component, into smaller pieces that you know how to create. And don't worry too much. Just go and try creating the trending list yourself. It's going to be a great practice for you, even if you get stuck at some point. And if you get stuck, don't worry, we'll create this list together. Next. Okay, just as with the recent searches, we'll need a container element for the entire list. So let's create one. Let's go to VS Code, index.html, and find a place where we can add that container. And here we can collapse the trending today header to make our code easier to navigate. After the header div, let's add a UL element that will be the container for our list. Let's assign it a class of trending today items. Inside a UL element, we're only allowed to use list items as its direct children. So let's add our first list item, and it's going to have a class of trending today item. So the idea here is the UL element will be a container for many trending today items, and a list item will be a smaller container for whatever elements we will put in it. Now let's go back to the reference page to figure out what to do next. Now, because I accidentally reloaded this page earlier, the browser removed all changes that I made in the DevTools, including the focus state emulation for this input. So if I click somewhere outside the input, the dropdown disappears, which we don't want. So I'm going to quickly turn the focus emulation state on for the input. Okay, notice that I turned it on for the div, which is run, and the dropdown is not displayed in this case. So what I want to do instead, I want to turn this off and then inspect the input and turn on the focus option again. There you go. So with these emulations, you need to be quite precise. Okay, back to the trending list. So here we can see that each trending item is made up of two smaller parts. This information on the left and the preview picture on the right. And if I scroll down, we can see that it's true for every trending item. And so because of this, I think that it is a good idea to add two more elements inside our list item. A div that will contain all this information on the left side and an image for this preview. Okay, so let's add the div, and the class will be trending today item info, which is a rather lengthy class name. And I'll hide the Explorer to have more space inside our editor. Okay, and also we'll need an image. And I'll leave the source attribute empty for now, and its class will be trending today item preview. And this will look like this. Okay, great. Now we've got a list with one empty item here. Let's start filling it with content. To complete the HTML structure of our list item, let's add this title, description, and image first. Then we'll style these, and then we'll add the source, and we'll style other things. Okay, so let's copy the title text right away. And inside our info div, let's add another one, and the class will be, say, trending today item title. And I'll paste the title text in here. Then I'll add another div for the description. Its class will be unsurprisingly trending today item description. And let's copy the description from here and paste it here. And you know what? I think that let's skip adding HTML code for this right now, and let's save the trending preview image and start styling. Okay, why don't we create a new folder for the trending images and save it there. It's preview1.png. Now let's set the source attribute here to point to the preview image we just saved. So it's going to be images, trending, and then preview1.jpg. And now we've got some HTML to style here, which looks like this. So first of all, why don't we get rid of this bullet and also this default padding and margin that the browser adds to all lists? We don't have a rule that targets this list, so I'm going to copy its class name. And then in our search.css, let's add a CSS rule that targets the list. Here we want to set the list style property to none to hide the default bullets. And okay, the bullet is gone, so this rule works correctly. And next we'll reset the default padding like this and the default margin like this. And okay, good, they are gone. Okay, so by default, these are stacked on top of each other because divs, and we used a div for the description and for the title. So divs are block elements and they push everything like this image on the next line. But we want to place these and the preview image, like here, on the same line to have the preview image on the right side and the info on the left side. So to place these side by side, we can make their parent element, which is this list item, we can make it a flex container. And for that, we're going to do what's probably become an unconscious habit already for you. We're going to copy this class name and we'll add another CSS rule here. And we'll set the display property to flex. This makes our trending list item a flex container and also adds sensible flex defaults, one of which is the flex direction row that places its children on the same line like this. Great. Now that they are on the same line, we can start adjusting their properties. What I notice here is that now that we removed the default padding and margin from the list, we need to manually add the space around this list item. Well, because notice that here there is some space around this list item and around other items as well. Also notice that when I hover over this item, the extra space also gets the background color, which means that this space is padding. Okay, let's inspect the list item to get the exact padding value we need to set. And it's 8 pixels from the top and bottom and 16 pixels from the left and right. So let's add this padding to our list item. And it's gonna be padding 8 pixels and 16 pixels. And okay, this looks much better. Now let's style the title. And from what I can see here, it's bold. So let's make ours bold as well. And for that, I'm gonna copy, where is it? I'm gonna copy the class name of the title here and add another CSS rule. And as you learned in the tutorial on styling text, to make our text bold, we use the font weight property and the value will be bold. When I reload our page, the title is bold. But now what I notice here is that the color of our title is more black than we have here. So let's inspect the title to get its color value. Okay, I'm going to copy the value. And what I also notice here is that the font size on the reference page is set to 14 pixels for the title. So we'll add this to our title as well. Font size 14 pixels and color will be this one. And when I reload the page, great. But now the title looks smaller. In fact, it looks much smaller than we have it here. You might think that this is weird because we set the font size. We use the exact value for the font size as on the reference page. But the thing is that if I zoom in here and here, notice that their fonts are different. So here we've got the same story and the same difference as we had with the trending header. And if I inspect the title and then I'm going to filter for the font family, you can see that the title uses the Roboto font as well. And when I inspect our title and filter for the font family, it turns out that it uses the Times font. And so this is why they look so different in shape and size. You already know how to fix this. We need to set the Roboto font for our title as well. But before we do this, actually take a good look at the recent searches font here and here. Notice that they are different as well, because on the reference page, the font is Roboto again, and on our page, the font is Times again. And in fact, if we spend some time and check every text element on this reference page, we'll see that all the text on this page uses the Roboto font. I mean, in the search bar and in the sidebar and for this sidebar, so like everywhere. And because it's used everywhere on the page, it's not a good idea to manually set it for every single element. I mean, target these elements separately, like for example, the trending today header, and set their font family to Roboto. And the reason why it's a bad idea, because it's very repetitive and hard to change in the future. And so there is a better way in CSS to achieve the same thing. And this is what we'll do next. So what we want to do is somehow configure our page so that all text uses the Roboto font. And for that, we're going to use an awesome CSS feature called inheritance. Let me show you. Okay, both the item title and item description are divs that contain their own text, and they are children of the item info div. Now watch what happens when we set their Roboto font not for the title and description elements individually, but for their parent, the item info div. So we'll copy the info class and add one more rule and set the font family property to Roboto. So in this rule, we're setting the Roboto font for this div that contains both the title and the description. So let's see what happens to their text when I reload the page. Notice that both the title and description font has changed to Roboto, even though we set it to their parent. And this is called inheritance. It's when we set a CSS property for an element and all its children get the same value as well. But if you want, you can override that property for individual elements. So for example, if we want, we can change the font of the description text. Okay, most text properties are inherited. I'm going to put on the screen the most commonly used CSS properties that are inherited. Inheritance is a very convenient and useful CSS feature, and we're not limited to the direct children of an element. For example, if we set the font family property for this div to Roboto, all of its children, no matter how deep they're nested, would get the Roboto font. And we can take advantage of this and go even further up. For example, if we set the Roboto font for the body element, then all its children, that is all the elements on our page, will inherit it by default. So let's do this and see what happens. But before that, let's remove this CSS rule and let's find the second one. So let's remove this CSS rule to make them all use the default font like this. Next, let's open page.css, where we already have a rule that targets the body element. And then let's extend this rule and set font family to Roboto. And let's also specify the sans serif font family as a fallback. Now pay attention to what happens to all the text on this page when I reload it. And okay, notice that the font is now Roboto not only for the trending section, but also for the search items and the header actions and the sidebar and the content. So all text on our page is now Roboto. And this is how powerful inheritance is in CSS. With just one line of CSS, with just only this style that we assigned to the body element, we have changed the font family for every text element on the page. Okay, now let's style the description text. For that, let's go to the reference page and see what we're going to need to do. Okay, we'll need to adjust its font size, color, and probably the amount of space above and below. Let's start with the font size and color. I'm gonna inspect the description, and under the Styles tab, we can see the font size value. It's 12 pixels. And also, let's copy the color right away. I don't remember the class name that our description has, so I'm gonna inspect it. Okay, it's trending today item description. So let's add a new rule in the search CSS file that targets the class. It's trending today item description. Here we'll set the font size to 12 pixels and the color property to this color. And great, this is better. And before we add the space above and below the description, let's add this element that I would call the source of the trending item to see how the bottom space below the description affects the layout. The way we create and style this is very similar to the way we did it for the recent search items. We'll need a container element here, so a div will be a good choice, then an image and this text. And we'll use Flexbox to center these vertically and configure what little space these have in between. So if you're up for some practice, pause the video and try to create this little source component. You already know everything you need to create it. Now let's do this quickly together. I'm gonna save this image in the community folder. Then I'll copy this subreddit text. This source component is below the description and it's to the left of the preview image, which means that we need to add it to the container that holds these elements. Okay, let's find that. And it's this trending today item info div. So we'll add our new div after the item description, and the class will be trending today item source. Inside the div, let's add an image, and the source will be images, community, and then community icon 6, if I remember this correctly. We want to style this image, but to have more practice with different kinds of CSS selectors, we're not going to assign it a class, and we'll use something else in our CSS code. Next, we'll add a span element for the subreddit name, and we're not going to assign it a class as well. In our case, there is no difference here between using a span element or a div element, because its content is text, and also because we'll make its parent, so this div, a flex container. Okay, now that we've got the HTML code prepared, let's style it. So this looks like this on our page. Let's start by resizing the source image. It looks like this on the reference page. So we're going to need to make it a circle and much smaller. Let's inspect it to get its width right away. So it's 16 pixels. Then we need to figure out how to target our image from our CSS code. It doesn't have a class. So think, what CSS selector would you use to target specifically this image? Okay, so to target this image, I would start with this div and then use the child combinator and a tag selector. So let's copy this class name, and then at the end of the search.css file, we'll add a new CSS rule that targets the class, and then here's the child combinator, and then img. Remember that we want to set the width here to 16 pixels, and we're only setting the width here because the image we're using is a square, so its height is equal to its width. And if we only set the width property here, the browser will automatically adjust the height based on the proportions of the image. So if it's a square, the height will automatically be the same as the width, so it's going to be 16 pixels too. And this will look like this on our page. Now that the image is the right size, let's make it a circle. For that, we're going to need to set the border radius property to half of the width of the image. And we can use an absolute value, which will be 8 pixels. Or we can use a relative value in percents, so 50%. We'll use the relative value because this makes our code a little more flexible and robust, because now if we change the width, then the border radius will be adjusted automatically. And reload the page. Good, now it's a circle. Next, I'm going to ask you to pause the video and adjust the size and color of this text to match the text on the reference page. Use the DevTools to get the right values, and also use Flexbox to align these and adjust space where needed. And I'm going to speed up the video because I don't want to bore you by repeating the same explanation over and over again. I think you already know how to do this well enough. And if you get stuck, just rewind the video to where we styled a similar element, like for example, this recent search component. Okay, now pause the video and finish styling this little source component. Okay, now that we've styled the source component, let's go back to the item description and adjust the space above and below. So we'll need to increase the distance between the description and title, and also between the description and the source component. And the space we're going to add is between these elements, and conceptually we use margin for that. In our case, it can be the top and bottom margin of the description, or it can be the bottom margin of the title and the top margin of the source component. Let's add the top and bottom margin to the description, because that way we're going to need to configure those in one CSS rule. So let's inspect the description to get the correct values. And we can get them either from here or in the computed tab here. And it's 2 pixels for the top margin and 8 pixels for the bottom margin. Okay, now let's go to VS Code. This is the rule where we style the description. And here we've got 2 ways of configuring those margins. We can use 2 properties that will target different size. I mean that we can write margin top 2 pixels for the top margin and margin bottom 8 pixels for the bottom margin. Or we can use the shorthand property, so just margin, and write it like this: 2 pixels for the top margin, then 0 pixels for the right margin, 8 pixels for the bottom margin, and we can omit setting the left margin, because when we write it like this, it's going to be 0. And we can write it like this because notice that on the reference page, there are no right and left margins for the description element. So we can set those margins using this way or this way. This one is more concise and this one is more wordy. The main benefit of this way is that it's more concise, but the downside of this is that it requires a little bit more thinking and it's harder to understand it right away. The main downside of this way is that it's more wordy, but for me, this is easier to read and understand and requires less effort to read and understand compared to this one. So I'm gonna go with this one because I always prioritize code readability, because developers spend way more time reading code than writing code. And most of the time, it's a good idea to optimize your code for readability. Okay, now the spacing is right and it looks better. And next, we want to make this info component take up all the available width so that this preview image is pushed to the right. For this, we can use the flex grow property because the item info div is a flex item, meaning it's a direct child of this flex container. I don't remember whether we have a rule for item info, so let's search for it. No, we don't have a rule for it, so let's add one like this. And here we'll write flex grow 1 to add all the available space in the flex container to this div. And now the preview image is pushed to the right because the item info element now takes up more horizontal space. Okay, the left side of the trending item looks ready to me, but just in case, let's check it out on the reference page to see if we need to adjust something. And let's go over the elements, 8 and 16 here, and 8 and 16 here. And let's also inspect this one. Oh, I see. So we missed this padding. Notice that there is no padding here. I mean the top and bottom padding. They are barely noticeable, but they're still an important part of the design. So let's add these. It's 8 pixels for the top padding and 16 pixels for the bottom padding. So in the item info rule, we'll write padding top 8 pixels and padding bottom 16 pixels. And reload the page. Perfect. And now we have finished styling the left side of the trending item. And we're ready to move on to the preview image. So let's see what we need to do here. Okay, the first thing I see here is that we need to adjust the width and the height of the image. Let's get the actual values from the DevTools. We need to set its width to 96 pixels and its height to 72 pixels. And we haven't styled the preview image yet, so we don't have a CSS rule specifically for the image. So let's copy its class name to add one. Okay, and inside this rule, we want to set the width to 96 pixels and the height property to 72 pixels. And if we reload the page, okay, now the image is smaller, but notice that the image is kind of squished vertically. And it'll be easier to see if I turn off the height property in the DevTools. This gave the image its natural height, and this is how it looks in its original aspect ratio, and this is how it looks when we set its height manually. So the image is squished on our page, but if we look at the reference page, the image is not squished, and it has also the custom height and the custom width. So how can we achieve this? For that, there is another CSS property we can use to ask CSS to preserve the original aspect ratio of an image. And it's called object fit. The object fit property controls how our images and other media elements are displayed when their natural dimensions don't match the size we set. And by adjusting this property, we can decide whether the image will be stretched, squished, cropped, or kept in its original proportions. Let's set this property to cover and see what happens. And if I reload our page, okay, now the image is not squished and it's slightly cropped at the top and the bottom. So when we set the object fit property to cover, it makes sure that our image is displayed without any distortion, and it crops the excess parts at the edges if necessary. So use object fit cover to preserve your image's natural aspect ratio. If you're interested in learning more about the object fit property, Google for MDN object fit and open this page. And here you can learn the rest of the values that you can use with this property and their effects on your images. Okay, next let's add rounded corners for this image. And for that, we'll use the border radius property again, and its value is going to be border radius. It's going to be 5 pixels. And great. Now let me show you one thing that's different about our image compared to the reference page. If I turn on the Flex Debug view here, notice that the preview image is placed at the top of the Flex container, and there is this blank space below the image, even though the Align Items property is still set to stretch by default. This is because we manually set the height of this image, and this height is less than the height of this Flex container, which is this list item element. So in this case, the browser places the image at the top, and there is this free space at the bottom. But if we look at the reference page here and turn on the Flex Debug, you can see that the preview image is centered vertically, and that leftover space is evenly distributed above and below the image. So to fix this for our image, we can either use the align items property on the flex container, so on this today item, to vertically center all of its children, which is this image and this item info div to the left. Or we can use the align self property on the preview image to just change the position of this image and not affect this div to the left. We've had some practice with the align items property, so let's use the align self property this time. Okay, remember that the align items property must be used on a flex container because it affects all of its children, whereas the align self property must be used on flex items because, well, it affects individual flex items. And this is why we're going to add it to the image preview, which is a flex item. The values we use with the align self property are mostly the same as with the align items property. So to center it vertically, we're going to write center. And if I reload the page, now the image is vertically centered in the flex container, which is exactly what we wanted. So to recap, we're using the align self property to vertically center one flex item, which is this preview image, while not changing the alignment of the rest of the flex items. Okay, let me turn this flex debug off. And the next thing we'll do is we'll add this thin border at the bottom of an item. And also we'll need to change the background color on hover and the cursor to pointer, and also on click. You already know how to do this because we added the border here, and we styled the hover and click states for the recent search items. So again, for the sake of practice, I'm going to ask you to add this border and these styles yourself. And as always, use the developer tools to get the color and border values, and also add this space between the preview image and the item info. And don't forget that if you want the search dropdown to stay visible all the time and not disappear when you move the cursor away or click outside of the dropdown, for that you need to emulate the focus state for the search input here in the DevTools. Otherwise, the dropdown will not be visible. And after you finish styling the first trending item, then add the remaining trending items. And if you get stuck, don't forget that the link to the code solution is in the description below the video. And now I'm going to speed up the video to not bore you. Great. Now we've got all the trending items here with all the states working. But this brings a new problem. There is too much content in the search dropdown to fit on one screen. This happens because by default, our block elements grow vertically to fit all their content. In some cases, we want this behavior, but for the search dropdown, we don't. What we want is to have it a certain maximum height, and if it has more content than its maximum height, then make it scrollable like on the reference page. And it's actually quite easy to do. Okay, so first let's find out what element is actually scrollable here. And from what I see, it's everything after this border. Now let's go back to our page and look at what HTML structure we have here. Notice that we've got this search results scrollable div, and its content goes right after the border. And we even named the class scrollable. So this is the element we will constrain vertically. What we want to do here is use CSS to limit its height so that it's no higher than a certain value. For this, let's open the search style sheet and search for this class name. Okay, there is the rule that targets the div. Next, we'll extend this rule and we'll use a new CSS property called max height. Let's set it to, say, 100 pixels. And this property does what it says. It sets the height limit. So the height of this element can be 100 pixels or less. And if I reload the page, now the height of this div, so I mean the height of this div, is 100 pixels, and any content below will overflow and will be hidden. And it's hidden because we configured our dropdown earlier to do that. And if we look at its styles, the overflow hidden is what hides the overflowing content. And the content inside the search results scrollable is overflowing because we set its maximum height to 100 pixels. Now look what happens if I turn off the overflow hidden property. Now this content, because it's visible, goes beyond the dropdown, which is ugly and we don't want that. So I'm going to turn on the overflow property. Okay, but also we don't want to simply hide the overflowing content because it's not usable. What we want instead is to make this div scrollable when it overflows. For that, we can configure the overflow property separately for the scrollable div. And we'll do it in this rule. We only want to add the vertical scrolling. So for that, we'll configure its overflow y. The overflow y configures the vertical overflow of our element. And we'll use the auto value to show the scroll only when the content is overflowing. Reload the page, and there you go. Now the content is scrollable, and we have access to the rest of the content. Okay, but why do we need two divs here? I mean, why do we need to create the search results div and then another div inside to add this scroll? Can't we just set the overflow y property to auto for the search results div and not bother with adding this second div? Let me show you what happens if we do this. For that, I'm going to comment out this here to disable this property. And okay, the scroll is gone. Next, in the search results div, I'm going to change this to overflow y and its value to auto. And look what happens when I reload the page. So now we have this scroll bar that overlaps the search field. And this happens because our search result div actually overlaps the search field, but we put it behind. So it starts right where the search starts. And if I try to scroll, it looks like this. And so this is why we need that second div, this div, to have the scroll bar lower. Okay, now I'm going to undo the changes, and this is better. Now let me show you the difference between the max height property and the height property. And currently we're using the max height property, and it makes sure that the height of the scrollable div is no greater than 100 pixels. But it also allows this div to be less than 100 pixels in height. So for example, watch what happens if I remove some content from this div to make it shorter. And I'm going to remove a couple of these li elements. Okay. Notice, since there is less content here, the scroll disappeared and the div became shorter. Now let's use the height property instead and see what happens. As you remember, in the DevTools, we can change these properties in place and see the effect right away. So notice when we're using the height property, now when there is less content, the div stays the same height and it's just blank space here, which looks weird. And so this is the main difference between the height and the max height properties. When you use the height property, your element will keep its height even if there is not enough content to fill it. And if you use the max height property, your element's height won't exceed the max height value, but the element will be shorter if there isn't enough content to fill it. And for certain tasks, you want to use the height property to maintain the element's height no matter what. And for some tasks, like with this dropdown, you want to use the max height property to make it more flexible and change its height based on its content within a certain range. because it looks better if our dropdown gets shorter when there is less content. So we'll use the max height property. Okay, next thing I notice is that our dropdown is too short. We set its max height to 100 pixels, and probably 100 pixels is too small. But what value should we use here? Well, let's take a look at the reference page to see how the dropdown behaves here. Okay, first of all, notice that the dropdown on the reference page is no larger than the visible area of the screen. And if I change the size of the visible area, which we can do by resizing the browser window itself or the DevTools, notice how the dropdown changes its size as the visible area gets smaller or larger. And no matter how I resize the visible area, the dropdown never goes outside the visible area of the browser. Okay, so this behavior makes sense and it seems convenient. So how can we configure our dropdown's maximum height to be relative to the browser's visible area? For that, we'll use a new and awesome unit of measurement called VH, which is short for viewport height. Let me show you how this works. So for that, let's change the maximum height of the scrollable div to, say, 50 VH and see what happens in the browser. And if I reload our page, okay, the dropdown got bigger. And now if I resize the developer tools, you'll see that the dropdown resizes too. And this is kind of how we want it to work. Now, if we look closely at the scrollable div, for which we set the maximum height to 50 VH, we'll see that its height is actually half or 50% of the visible area height. So 1 VH is actually 1% of the visible browser area height. Again, VH is short for viewport height. Viewport is just a fancy name for the part of the page you currently see in the browser. So for example, if we change this to, say, 75 VH, then the maximum height of this element is going to be 75% of the visible browser area height. And if I reload the page, there it is. And if we set this to 100, the maximum height will be 100% of the visible area height, like this. But if we set the max height of the scrollable div to be no more than 100% of the visible area, how come it goes beyond the visible area right now? It's a good question. This is because the scrollable div does not start at the beginning of the visible area. It starts a little bit lower. And if you scroll down, you can see that its height is actually exactly 100% of the visible area. The dropdown is just positioned a little bit lower on the screen. This means that to position our dropdown like this, we need to take into account this vertical distance. So we need to subtract from 100 VH this distance and also this little distance. And this distance is actually the height of the header, which is, let's use the DevTools to find out. Okay, so it's 56 pixels. So this is the value we need to subtract from the max height. And let's try that. We want it to be something like this. 100 minus 56 pixels. Unfortunately, writing it like this won't work. And when I reload the page, notice that now the dropdown is not limited in its height at all. This is because our CSS is now invalid and this max height declaration is not applied at all. Okay, so this is not valid CSS. And the good news is that we can make it work. We just need to use a special syntax to make it work. So to make it work, we need to wrap it with the calc function. And so this now works the way you would expect. This calc function takes a single expression, so this is an expression, as its parameter, and then the result of this calculation will be used as a value for the max height property. And if I reload the page, now the dropdown is fully visible on the screen. And so the calc function is useful when you have a relative value like this one, and you want to mix it with an absolute value like this and perform some calculations. We can subtract, add, multiply, and divide values inside the calc function. And we can do more than one operation here. And to show you that, let's make our dropdown a little shorter, and let's make some free space below the dropdown, like we have it here. So for that, let's subtract, say, 10 pixels and reload the page, and it worked. And I think this is good enough. And also, it's not required to put two values here like this. We could have simply joined them and use 66 pixels instead. But I think having it like this makes our code better, because now we can better understand what each value here means. Because 56 comes from the header, and 10 more pixels, we're subtracting it to add some space below the dropdown. And having it like this is better, but it's not enough. Because if other developers have to modify this code, they actually don't know what 56 or 10 pixels mean. So it's better to leave some clues here for them and for future us. And for that, we can use CSS comments, where we can say that 56 pixels is the height of the header, and 10 pixels is just space below. So this comment makes sense of these values, and now it's easier to understand the code. And with the max height configured like this, now when I resize the visible area, the dropdown adjusts its size and it's scrollable like this. Okay, I think we're almost done with the dropdown, and there are a few things we need to adjust in the recent searches component. Remember that earlier we changed the font for all our text to Roboto. And with this new font, notice that the search item text is slightly larger than here, and the text color is slightly different too. So let's adjust this text to match the text on the reference page. So I'll inspect this text, and its font size is 14 pixels, and let's also copy the color value. And let's take a look at the structure here. Okay, so the rule we need to extend is the recent search value. So let's find the recent search value. There it is. Here we want to set its font size to 14 pixels and the color to this one. And if I reload the page, great, now this text matches the text on the reference page. And now there is one more thing that we need to do to finish styling the dropdown. We need to configure our dropdown so that it appears, or it's only visible when the focus is in this search input. And for that, we'll need to do a few things. First, notice that the dropdown is now visible by default on our page. So if I reload the page, the dropdown is visible. This is because we left it like this on purpose, and we haven't changed its default display value, which is block. So at the moment, the default value, the default display value of our dropdown is block. The browser assigns this value by default, and the dropdown is visible. To hide the dropdown, we know that we can change this value to none. And this makes sure that this element is not displayed on the page at all. And this will hide the dropdown. Next, we want to display the dropdown only when the focus is on the search field. This means that we need to add a CSS rule that changes the display property of the dropdown to block when the focus is on the search field. And just as there are the hover and active pseudoclasses, there is the focus pseudoclass to style the focus state of our elements. Let me show you. Okay, so let's find the search input This is the rule that styles our search input. And let's add another one right below. It's going to use the same class, but we'll write colon and then focus here. So this will style the focus state of our input. Let's set the text color to red and see what happens. And now when I reload the page, notice that when we focus on the search field and type some text, so CSS, let's say, it's red. And if I click somewhere outside the search field, it loses the focus and the red color is not applied. And so when we use the focus pseudo class, our styles are only applied when the focus is on the search field or on an element. Okay, here we're styling the input on focus, but our div, so this dropdown div, well, it's not an input and it goes after the input. So how can we target this div only when the focus is on this input? That's a great question, and the answer is that we're going to learn another CSS combinator. And for that, let's quickly go over what we want to do. When the search input is in the focus state, we want to target the search results div and set its display property to block. Okay, so first of all, notice that both the input and the div are direct children of the same parent, the search div. And in this case, we call them siblings in HTML. So, because the search results div goes after the search input in our HTML code, and they both are siblings, we can use a special combinator to target the search results div. We can extend this rule and write tilde and then search results. This means when the search input is in focus, target the elements that match this selector, and these must be a sibling of these, and also go after this element in the HTML code. And in this case, we want to set the display property to block. And now, if I reload the page, the search results dropdown is hidden by default. And when I click on the search field, there you go, the dropdown becomes visible. Okay, so this combinator is called a subsequent sibling combinator because it targets, well, subsequent siblings. And again, when we're using this tilde combinator, it's important that this element comes after this element in our HTML code. Okay, to better demonstrate you this, let me copy this rule. Oh, you know what? Let's copy the entire rule and we'll add this CSS right next to the elements the rule targets. Okay, so I'm going to search for the search results div. And I'll add an HTML comment like this and paste our CSS rule. And remember that this is just an HTML comment. It doesn't do anything. It's just here for our convenience. Okay, so this tilde means that this, so this div, must be after this. So this div must be after this input in our HTML code. And that also these two must be siblings, which means that these two must have the same parent. And for example, if I move the search results div, so let me move it up, before the input, because of this, now, where is the rule? Let me find it. So this rule will not be applied. So if I reload the page, now if I click on the input, the dropdown is not visible. So for this selector that uses the tilde combinator to work, we need to make sure that this element, so this div, goes after the input. And now if I reload the page and click on the input, it works. Now let's see what happens if I click on something inside the dropdown, like so for example on this. Okay, so the dropdown disappeared. Why is that? Well, it's because when we click anywhere in the dropdown, the search input loses its focus and our subsequent sibling rule is no longer applied because we are explicitly saying here to show the search results only when there is focus on the search input. But this is not what we want. We want the dropdown to remain visible when we interact with it, including when we click on some of its elements. And probably this may seem difficult to achieve, but it's actually quite easy. And for that, we can simply extend this rule and use the selector list. So I'm going to add a comma. And here we can add another selector, so another condition for the dropdown to be visible. And it's when the cursor is above the dropdown, which is when the dropdown is in the hover state. Remember that when we have it like this means that we want to apply this to this or to this. So now if I reload the page and click on the input, it's in the focus state and the dropdown becomes visible. Then if I click here, for example, the input has lost its focus, but our cursor is still over the dropdown, so the onHover selector is active and the dropdown is still displayed. And this is why we now can click on the dropdown and it remains visible. But as soon as I move the cursor away, the dropdown disappears. Okay, I think that we have finished building the search component. It was a pretty complex component and you've learned a lot and you've done a great job. Great. Next, we're going to move on to the header actions, where we're going to create and style these buttons along with the tooltips that are displayed on Hover. Okay, first, let's analyze this. As always, for better code structure, we'll put all the header actions inside a container element to treat it as a single component. These header actions look similar to me. They are a bunch of buttons with tooltips, and the last action toggles the profile menu. So I suggest that we put them all in an unordered list, where each action will be a list item. This way we'll make our code more restrictive and predictable. Okay, let's go to our index file to see what HTML we already have here. This is a dummy div that we put here earlier as a placeholder. Let's change it to an unordered list here and also here. Then we'll remove this text and add our first list item for this header action. Let's also add a class here right away for us to easily target this from our CSS code. And we'll call it header action. Next, let's add a button inside this list item with some dummy text, say button, or maybe action 1. And let's see how this looks on our page. Good, that's a start. Okay, notice that every header action on the reference page is an image. So let's replace the text inside our button with this image. For that, I'm going to save the image inside the icons folder because the image looks like an icon to me. And then in our HTML code, I'm going to remove this text and add an image element, and the source attribute will be, okay, let's see. We've got images and then icons, and I believe the icon we just saved is advertise.svg. So I'll write images, icons, and then advertise SVG. And great. Next, let's reset the default list styles and hide the bullet and also remove the padding. You can pause the video and do this yourself first for more practice, or you can follow along. Okay. To reset the default list styles, we need to create a rule for the list itself. So I'm going to copy its class name, And then we'll add our rule inside the header.css file and not inside the search.css file, because our header actions are not related to the search, but they are related to the header. So we'll target our list by its class name, and to remove the bullets, we'll set its list style property to none, and we'll also reset its padding to 0 and margin as well. And this will look like this on our page. Great. Next, let's remove these default button styles as well. Okay, our button, this button doesn't have a class. So we can use a combinator and target it starting from the list item. Or we can add a class to the button and target it directly by its class name. Let's use the child combinator for more practice here, since we're using classes all the time anyway. So it'll be a class selector, then a child combinator, and then a tag selector. Let's copy this class name and start our selector by targeting this class. Then we'll use the child combinator and then a tag selector to target the button. So this child combinator ensures that we're targeting only the button elements that are direct children of the elements with the header action class. And for these buttons, which is this button, we want to remove the border and the gray background. To remove the border, I'm going to write border and then none, and it's going to look like this. And to remove the gray background, I'm going to write background color and then transparent to make the background color completely invisible. And this will look like this. Great. Now let's make our button look like this on hover. You already saw how to do this when we created the remove button in the search dropdown. Here it's similar, but with important differences. Notice that when we click on the button here, the background becomes transparent again, instead of becoming slightly darker as it was here. Next, the size of the images is different here, but the gray background circle is the same size for each button. And because of these differences, we're going to use a different approach here. We'll use a fixed width and height. You already know everything you need to style this hover and click behavior for these buttons. So if you want a challenge, I'm going to ask you to pause this video and try to add these styles yourself. Style only the buttons. You don't need to create these tooltips or this notification count or this online indicator element. And I would encourage you to do this exercise because it will be really good for building your CSS skills. Now let's add these styles together. First, we'll need to explicitly set the width and height of our buttons to keep their background the same size. And let's see what those are. So it's 40 by 40. Okay, so we'll add width, 40 pixels here, and also height, 40 pixels here, because this rule targets our action buttons. And reload the page. No major changes, only our button was shifted slightly to the left. But let's inspect our button to check if our styles were applied correctly. Okay, I can see the width and height here, so they are applied, great. And if I go to the computed tab to check the box model, what I see here is that the content dimensions are not 40 by 40, which is weird, right? Because we set these to be 40 by 40 explicitly. I also notice here this vertical and horizontal paddings. And what's interesting here is that if we add the horizontal paddings, so 6 plus 6 is 12, and the content width, 12 plus 28 is 40, which is the exact value that we set for our width here. And also, if we add the vertical padding and the content height here, so 1 plus 1, 2, and 2 plus 38 is 40, which is, again, the height that we set in our CSS code. So it seems that for some strange reason, the width and height here is padding plus the content size. But why is that? Well, this is because in CSS we can control how our width and height values are distributed within an element. There is a special CSS property called box sizing that controls whether we include padding, like here, when we set our width and height. And for our buttons, the property box sizing is set to border box, which means include padding and border in the width and height value. This value is fine for our purposes because the background we add to our buttons next will also be behind padding. But if we want our width and height properties to affect only the content size, we can either remove padding or change the box sizing value to content box. Let's remove the padding because it requires less changes here, but if you're curious, try changing the box sizing value to content box and see what happens. Okay, and to remove this padding, I'm gonna add padding 0 here and reload our page. Notice that now that there is no padding here, the size of the content is exactly 40 by 40 pixels. Next, for our button, we're gonna make the background color change to this one, like here, and also turn the cursor into a pointer. And for that, let's emulate the hover state for the button and make sure that the right button is selected in the DOM tree here. Then let's copy the background color here. And in our code, we'll add a new rule that targets our buttons like this, and we want to target the hover state here. And on hover, we want to set the background color property to the value we just copied, and also cursor to a pointer. Go to our page, reload, and perfect. Okay, and this is a square on hover, but we want it to be a circle like this. So I would ask you to pause this video and make this a circle. Okay, we already know that we can use the border radius property and set its value to 50% to make it a circle. And because by default, the background color of these buttons is transparent, it actually doesn't matter where we put the border radius property. So we can add it in this CSS rule or in this CSS rule. Let's add it here. So border radius and then 50%. And this will look like this. Fantastic. Okay, notice that the image inside the button is already vertically and horizontally centered. This is because images behave in many ways like text in CSS, and text in buttons is vertically and horizontally centered by default. And if you want to place an image or text inside a button in a different way, you can use flexbox, positioning, or paddings. But for our purposes, this default behavior is fine. Next, let's handle the active state of the button here. Okay, so when we click the button, we need to make its background color transparent. And to do that, let's add another rule that targets the active state of the button. And here we want to change the background color to transparent, just like we do this here. Okay, and if we reload our page, hover over the button and click it, there you go. Now it's transparent. Perfect. I think this button is ready, so let's add these remaining buttons. And we'll add just the buttons without these tooltips or these indicators. So pause the video, download these images from this reference page, then just duplicate this HTML of the first button 4 times, one for each button, and then update the src attribute for each button to show the right icon. And I'm going to do this as well, but I'll speed up the video. Also make sure that you use the .png file extension for the avatar and not the SVG like with the rest of the icons. If you use the SVG here, this image will not be loaded. And reload the page. Okay, this doesn't look good. This is because we need to handle a few things here. First of all, this avatar image is too big and we need to make it smaller. So let's get the correct size from the reference page, and it's 32 by 32. And notice that this image is a square, which means that we can set only the width. And its height will be adjusted automatically. Now to target specifically the avatar image and not the rest, let's add a class here. It's going to be header action avatar. And then we'll copy the class and add a new CSS rule that targets the class. And remember that we want to set the width to 32 pixels. So let's write width 32 pixels here. Reload the page. Great. Now the image has the right size, and let's make it a circle. And that should be easy, right? We just need to use the border radius property and set it to 50%. Great. Next, let's position our header actions horizontally, and for that, we can make their parent, which is this UL element, a flex container, because each header action is an LI element here. The UL element has this class, so let's copy the class, and in VS Code, I think we already have a rule that targets the class. And to find the rule, let's search in the class, and we'll use a keyboard shortcut, Command F for Mac, and I'll paste the class, and there is the rule. We want to make it a flex container, so for that we'll write display flex. Now let's reload the page. Great, this is what we want. All header actions are here and look pretty good. And now that these buttons are all in place, let's add these two indicators. We'll start with this notification counter, and notice that it overlaps the button, so it's going to be a good place to use CSS positioning. As you probably remember from previous tutorials, we can use different types of positioning to move our elements anywhere we want on our page without interfering with other elements. And we discussed the relative, absolute, and fixed types of positioning. So again, as a challenge, think of what type of positioning would you use to create this indicator here. And maybe, if you feel confident enough, try to create this notification indicator yourself first. As always, it's going to be awesome for building your CSS skills. But if you don't feel confident enough, don't worry, we're going to create this indicator together. Our plan will be the following. We'll add HTML code for this indicator, then we'll style it, and then we'll position it properly. Now, what HTML code do we need to add here? Well, there is this number that reflects how many unread notifications we have. And we can add this number just as text in our HTML code and then make it white. Then this text is inside this red circle, which can be a simple div element that contains the text and also has background color and uses the border radius property to turn a square into a circle. This means that what we can do is we can find the open inbox button, and inside the button element after the image, we can add a div that contains number 1. Let's also assign a class to this div. We'll name it notification counter. And if we reload our page, there it is. For now, it's just a regular black text on a separate line, because div is a block element. Now let's add the red background and set the text color to white. So I'm going to get the background color value. Okay, it's red. So let's copy the class name, and inside the header file, we'll add another CSS rule, background color red and text, and color white. And this will look like this. Okay, that's a start, but we're gonna make it so much better. First, let's make it a circle. Notice that at the moment, the div is a rectangle and not a square. And it's a rectangle because it's a block element, and by default, block elements take up all the horizontal space available in their parent. Now, we haven't tried setting border width to 50% for rectangular elements. So let's see what happens if we do this for this element. And here I'm gonna write border radius 50%, reload the page. Well, it looks like a squished circle. And to make it a proper circle, we need to make sure that its width and height values are the same. So let's get these from the reference page, and they are 16 by 16. So let's add these width 16 pixels and height 16 pixels as well. Reload the page. There you go. Now it's a circle. Next, let's adjust the size of the text inside the div, because on the reference page, the number looks noticeably smaller. And as you know, there are several ways to get the font size. Let's inspect the element, and under the Computed tab, we'll filter by the font size. And here we can see that we need to set the font size to 10 pixels. So let's do this, font size 10 pixels, and this will look like this on our page. Okay, this is nice, and now let's center the number vertically and horizontally inside the circle. For that, we'll use flexbox. So I'm gonna write display flex here to make it a flex container, then justify content center to center the text horizontally, and then align items center to center it vertically. And there you go. Now it's centered perfectly. Next, we will position this counter in the top right corner, just like here. And for that, we're going to use CSS positioning. What we want to do here is position this indicator relative to the inbox button. And so we'll use the absolute position on the indicator to be able to move it around. And then we want to use the relative position on the inbox button, which is the parent of the indicator, so that the absolute position of the indicator works relative to the inbox button and not the whole page itself. Okay, first let's assign the relative position to the inbox button. For that, let's inspect the button to figure out how we can target it from our CSS code. Because the button or its parent don't have any unique class name or ID that we can use to narrow our CSS selector down to target specifically this button. So to target the button, let's assign it a class. For that, I'm going to go to our index.html and write class, and let's call it inbox button. Now we can use this class in our CSS code. So let's add a new rule and target the button. And remember that we want to set the relative position here like this. Because again, with this, we can change the position of the notification counter to absolute and move it relative to the inbox button. So let's do that and write position absolute here. And this is going to look like this on the page, where now the inbox button is in its normal place because the counter is absolutely positioned and on its own layer, and it doesn't interfere with other elements on the page. So it's like this indicator does not exist for this button. Next, let's move this indicator to the top right corner here. For that, we can use the top and right properties that we unlocked when we applied the absolute position. So let's start from something and right here, top 0 and right 0. And okay, this is a start. Now it's exactly in the top right corner. And next we're going to get and set the exact values to position it like here. So I'll inspect the indicator here and then go to the Styles tab. And here you can see that we need to set the top to 4 pixels, and we can leave the right property at 0 pixels. So 4 pixels here, and perfect. And this is it. I think we have completed the unread notifications indicator. And next, for you to have more practice, I'm going to ask you to pause the video and style this green online indicator. It's going to be quite similar to what we did with the notifications indicator, just with some minor changes. You'll need to use the bottom property instead of the top property to position it in the bottom right corner. You'll also use the green color for the background that you can get by inspecting this indicator from here. Also notice that it has this 1 pixel solid white border around it, which shouldn't be a problem for you to add because we've done this many times before. Also notice that the indicator is not an image. It's a div with fixed width and height, and also a green background, and it's a circle because of the border radius property. So now pause this video and style this indicator. And I'm going to speed up the video to save us some time. And if you get stuck, you can always inspect the reference page to see the solution, or use the link to the code solution from the description. Great. Now that we've created all these header actions, let's add these tooltips. And by a tooltip, I mean this white text on the black background that appears when we hover over a button. And remember that this tooltip is displayed all the time because we emulated the hover state on the advertise button. And the good news is that you already know pretty much everything you need to create these tooltips. And so again, I would encourage you to go ahead and try coding them yourself first. But there are a few things where you might get stuck. For example, how do we make these tooltips appear on hover? To solve this, we can use a child combinator similar to how we solved this for the search, where we show the dropdown when we click on the input. Another tricky place can be the profile menu button, where the tooltip is further to the left to stay on the screen. And we can solve this by adding another class to the tooltip and adjusting the position from the right. Remember that we can add more than one class to any HTML element and then target them separately from CSS. Or we could add a unique class to this button and then target the tooltip using the descendant combinator. Okay, pause this video and try to code these tooltips. And now let's code these together. Okay, we already have the hover state emulated for the advertise button, which makes it easier for us to work with its tooltip. So let's look at the tooltip and think what we need to do to create it. First of all, we'll need a container element like a div where we'll put this text and this gray background. The tooltip appears below the header border and above this image, but it doesn't push them anywhere, which means we need to use some kind of positioning here. And most likely it's going to be absolute positioning. Just as with these indicators, I think it's going to be really convenient to position the tooltip relative to the button it's associated with. Which means that just with the indicators, we'll need to put the HTML of the tooltip inside the corresponding button and then make sure that all these buttons with the tooltips have the relative position assigned to them in our CSS. Okay, I think we have a good initial plan, so let's start creating all this. I'm gonna inspect this tooltip and copy the text because I'm a little bit lazy to type it all in. And next in our code, let's find the advertise button. There it is. And then we'll add the tooltip div inside the button. And I'll paste the text here. It doesn't matter whether the div is after the image or before the image, but for me, it makes more sense to put it after the image because I think of the image as the primary content of the button and the tooltip as the secondary content, because it's visible only under certain conditions. Let's also add a class to this div so that we can easily target it from our CSS code. Let's name it header action tooltip. And then we'll change the position of our tooltip. So here in our CSS, we'll change the position to absolute. And reload our page. Okay, there it is, our absolutely positioned div. Next, let's add all the easy styles. I mean, the text color, background color, padding, font size, and also border radius. At this point, it should be really easy for you to add all those. So I'm going to speed up the video to get to more fun stuff. Okay, and this is what you should have by now. And now let's get to the fun stuff and position it properly. Okay, notice that each tooltip appears under its corresponding button. And if, for example, we move these buttons to a different place on the page, we'd like their tooltips to move along with the buttons. And you already know that for that, we can assign a relative position to each of these buttons. And I think that we already have a rule that targets our buttons. And there it is. So let's extend this rule and write position relative here. Now, since this changes position to relative for every header action button, these two rules are redundant because they are doing the same but for these two buttons. So we can just remove them to make our code less cluttered. Okay, and if I reload the code, nothing changed for these indicators, which means that the rule works. And now all these buttons have the relative position. Notice that the tooltip text is now placed on 3 lines. This is because we changed the tooltip's position to absolute, and because of that, now it wants to be as wide as its relatively positioned parent button. But the current width of the button is not enough to fit all the tooltip's text on one line. And so the browser puts the text on separate lines to make the width of the tooltip as close as possible to the width of the button. This is how it works by default, but we want this text to be on one line. And we're going to use a new CSS property to achieve this. Let's go to VS Code, and inside this rule that targets the tooltip container, we will write white space, no wrap, like this. And this tells the browser that we don't want to break up our text into individual words like here to put these on separate lines when there is not enough horizontal space. And so now if I reload the page, there you go. Our tooltip text is on one line. So use white space, no wrap when you want to force your text to stay on the same line. Okay, next, let's place the tooltip in the correct position under the button. And we want it to be slightly below the button. And we also want the center of the tooltip to be aligned with the center of the button, like this. Okay, so first, let's position the tooltip slightly below the button. And if we look closely, notice that the tooltip starts right after the header bottom border. We'll use this as a marker that we positioned our tooltip properly. Remember that we applied the absolute position to our tooltip, so this means that we can use the top and bottom properties to move our tooltip down. And because this tooltip is inside the button with the relative position, I mean with position relative, if we use the top property on the tooltip, so if we write something like top, let's say 0, then because of this, the tooltip will start right where the top edge of the button is. And if we use the bottom property here instead, so with bottom 0, with this, our tooltip bottom edge will be right where the button's bottom edge is. And so if we use the bottom property to move the tooltip down, we're going to need to use negative values like this. And notice that as I decrease the bottom property value, the tooltip moves down. So we can use either the top or the bottom properties. And how would I decide which one to use? And so in this specific case, I would use the top property. And then I would increase its value until the tooltip reaches the border. Remember that we need our tooltip to be just below the bottom border of the header. So this is a proper position, which means that the 49 pixels is the value that we're going to set in our style sheet like this. And okay. And the reason why I would use the top property and not the bottom in this specific case is because I know that the height of its parent, which is this button, the height of this button is fixed. And because with the top property, we start at the top edge of the button and the button's height is fixed, this means that this distance will less likely to be changed in the future than, for example, the font size of the tooltip's text, or maybe its padding, and those influence the height of the tooltip. And if we used the bottom property and the height of the tooltip changed, then we'd need to update the bottom property every time that happens. Otherwise, the tooltip will be in the wrong place. So in this specific case, if we use the top property to position our tooltip, we make our tooltip slightly more resilient to changes. Next, let's align the center of the tooltip with the center of the button, like here. And this might seem a little tricky, but I think it's an interesting and useful approach to learn. We will achieve this in 2 steps. Notice that right now, the left edge of the tooltip is exactly where the left edge of the button is. And so the first step will be to make our tooltip start where the middle of the button is. So we want our tooltip to start here. For that, we can use the left property. And because our tooltip is absolutely positioned, we can use the left property to move the tooltip to the right. And so let's write left and then 50. And then instead of pixels, let's write here %. And if we reload our page, now the tooltip starts right where the middle of its parent button is. When we write it like this, it means move this element 50% of the width of my parent, which is the parent of this tooltip is this button. So move me 50% of the width of my parent. And so now the left edge of the tooltip is aligned with the center of this button. And we want to align not the left edge, but the center of the tooltip with the center of the button. So let's move on to the step 2 of achieving that. Okay, so if we start from the left edge of the tooltip and go 50% of its width to the right, we'll end up right at its center. This means that if we somehow would be able to move the tooltip 50% of its width to the left, its center would be perfectly aligned with the center of the button. So how could we do that? First of all, we cannot touch this property because otherwise we'd break what we achieved in the first step. And so here we'll use another property that you're already familiar from our previous tutorials, and it's called transform. And remember that to move our element horizontally, we need to use a special function here called translate x. And inside the parentheses, we can use a value in pixels. So for example, if we write here 10 pixels and reload our page, the tooltip has been moved 10 pixels to the right from its initial position. And we can use negative values like this to move it to the left. And so here we can use a value in pixels, or we can use a value in percent. And if we use percents here, then this distance will be based on the width of this element. And so translate x negative 10% means move the tooltip to the left, and the distance this is moved to the left is 10% of the width of the tooltip. So if we want this tooltip to be moved 50% of its width to the left, we can just write here 50% instead of 10. And if I reload the page, this is exactly what we wanted. Now their centers are aligned. And what's great about using percents here and not pixels, with percents we can change the amount of text in the tooltip. So let's change it to something like this. And the tooltip will still be perfectly aligned with the button. And this is great because notice that each of these tooltips has a different amount of text. Great. Now that we've positioned the tooltip properly, let's change our CSS to show the tooltip only when we hover over the button. For that, we'll change this rule to hide the tooltip by default, so display none. And this will make the tooltip stay hidden. And next, let's show the tooltip when we hover over the button. For this, we'll use a clever way of combining CSS selector with pseudo classes and combinators. First of all, notice that our button doesn't have a class, but its parent does have this class. And so to target the button, let's start our selector from targeting its parent. And then we'll use a child combinator to target the button. So let's add a new CSS rule. And here we are targeting the parent of the button, and then a child combinator, and then button. And you already know what this selector means. It means target only the button HTML elements that are direct children of the elements that have the header action class. And we want to target only the hover state of the button. And when the button is in the hover state, we want to target its tooltip. And notice that the tooltip is nested inside the button, so it's its child. And because this tooltip is nested inside the button, we can target the tooltip and add here a space, and then target the tooltip by its class name, and then apply some styles here. Remember that this is a descendant combinator, which means that this must be somewhere inside this. And while this might look complicated to you at the moment, in a couple of moments, you'll see that it's actually not. So first of all, this is a valid CSS selector. And what it means is that we want to target this element only when this button is in the hover state. And also the button must be a direct child of this element, and that this must be nested somewhere inside this button. I mean, because of this element must be a child of the button, but not necessarily its direct child. And so only when the button is in the hover state, we want to target this element, which is our tooltip, and then apply the styles that we're going to write. And remember that we want to show the tooltip when the button is in the hover state. So for that, we can simply write display block. And now I'll reload the page. The tooltip is hidden by default. And if I hover over the button, the tooltip is visible. Awesome. And this is how you create the tooltips that appear on hover. What's cool about our tooltip is that now we can easily add it to the remaining buttons. So for example, if we want a tooltip for this button, all we have to do is to find this HTML, copy it, then paste inside the button, and just change the text here, which should be open chat. So open chat. Oh, lowercase chat. And voila. Now we've got two tooltips. And also notice that it's also positioned correctly because we used the relative positioning with relative values in percents here and here instead of hard-coded values in pixels. And this is why. Next, let's quickly add the rest of the tooltips. And I'm going to speed up the video because it will be just copy pasting and changing the text. And great, 3 more tooltips. Okay, and these 2 are fine, but I don't like where this one is, because notice that it goes beyond the screen. And to fix this, we can align it not with the center of the button, but align its right side with the right side of the button, which is easier than it sounds. First, notice that this tooltip is inside this button with the profile menu button class. And we will use this to override certain properties of the tooltip. For that, let's copy the class, and inside the header.css file, let's create a new CSS rule and target the class. Then we'll use the descendant combinator to target only the tooltip that's inside the profile menu button. We can also use the child combinator here instead, like this. Both are fine here, but I think using the descendant combinator here makes our component more robust in case we change the HTML inside the button and nest the tooltip somewhere deeper inside it. Okay, if you remember, in our first CSS tutorials in this course, we talked about specificity of selectors in CSS, and that we can use it to override certain styles of an element in case we want. And because this CSS selector is more specific than this CSS selector, and it's more specific because we're using 2 classes instead of 1, and so because this CSS selector is more specific, we can override any of these properties, if we want, inside this CSS rule. And first of all, here we want to set the right property to 0, so that the right edge of this tooltip starts where the right edge of the button is. But we also need to reset its left value, because if we leave it like this, then the tooltip will have its right property set to 0, and also its left property will still be set to 50%. You know what? Let's see what it's going to look like if we leave it like this. And when I reload the page, and okay, not good. This is because when we set both the left and right properties, the browser stretches or squeezes our tooltip to fit those properties. And if we want to keep the original size of the tooltip, we need to reset the left property. For that, we can set the left property to auto here. This changes the left property only for the profile menu button tooltip and doesn't change it for all the remaining tooltips. And now if I reload the page, that fixed the width issue. So now the tooltip width is fine and it's fully visible, but it's too far to the left. And this is because here we're also moving the tooltip 50% of its width to the left. And so to fix this, we also need to reset the transform property for the profile menu button tooltip. And to reset the transform property only for the tooltip, we can set its value here, transform, to none. And now if I reload the page, great. Now the tooltip is displayed where we want it. It's fully visible on the screen and its right edge is aligned with the right edge of the button. And also because in this rule, we're targeting only the profile menu button tooltip and changing some of its styles. So these affect only the profile menu button tooltip, but the rest of the tooltips work as usual and their center is aligned with the center of the corresponding button. Great, and with this, I think that we're done creating these tooltips. So congratulations, we've done a good job. And hopefully now you can see how CSS positioning helps us create these nice looking and useful elements. Next, let's go ahead and create this nice looking profile menu. We can hide and show the menu by clicking on the avatar. And we usually use JavaScript to achieve this behavior because we need to track the state of the component and toggle the state when our users click the avatar. And in this course, I assume that you don't know JavaScript yet, so we'll use a cool trick to achieve this behavior with just HTML and CSS. And we've already discussed almost everything you need to create this profile menu. For example, we created a container element similar to this one for the search dropdown. And you saw how to use the absolute and relative position to place it where we want it, and also how to add shadows and rounded corners, and so on. So I'm not going to go into detail here about what we've already discussed, and I'm going to focus on new things, where the main one is how to make the profile menu appear and disappear when we click on the avatar here. And to achieve this stateful behavior, we'll use a label, HTML element, a checkbox, and a clever CSS selector. First, let's quickly refresh our knowledge on how to use labels with checkboxes and how to connect them in HTML. For that, let's go to our index.html, then find the profile menu button, and after the profile menu button, we'll add a new label element with some label text inside. And next to the label, let's add an input, and it's going to be a checkbox. And this will result in this on our page, where we can check and uncheck the input. And this label does nothing at the moment when I click it. Now remember that in HTML, we can connect a label with an input so that when we click on the label, it affects the input. And to demonstrate you this, let's connect these two. To connect them, we'll need to add an ID to the input. And let's call it something like profile menu visibility checkbox. Remember that this ID must be unique on the page. Only one element on the entire page can have this ID. And so it's better to use more descriptive names for your IDs. And then we'll use this ID value for the for attribute in this label. And so to connect a label with an input, we must use the same value for the for attribute inside the label and the ID attribute inside the input. And now they should be connected. Let's check this, and I'm going to reload the page. And now if I click on the label, notice it toggles the checkbox. This means that they are connected. An important side effect here is that now we can move the label in our code and they still will be connected. So for example, let's move it somewhere here after the content div. Reload the page, there's our label. And now notice that when I click on the label, this toggles the checkbox, which means that they are still connected. So as long as the for attribute of this label matches the ID attribute of this checkbox, they remain connected. Now let's experiment with this even further. What if we move this label inside the profile menu button, for example, here? Okay, I'm going to hide the Explorer to have more space. And what if we now, instead of this text inside the label, place the avatar image like this? And let's remove this extra line. Okay, and now if I reload the page, the label text is gone. And if I click on the image, notice that it still toggles the checkbox, which means that the label is still connected to the checkbox. Great. Next, let's add a div after the input, and we'll assign it with a class right away, and we'll call the class profile menu. And we'll also put some initial text. How about just profile menu? And if we reload the page, there it is. And if I click on the avatar image, the checkbox gets checked or unchecked, and nothing happens to the profile menu text. But what if we wanted, for example, to make this profile menu text green only when the checkbox is checked, and to keep it black when the checkbox is unchecked? Is this possible in CSS? Well, yes. And let me show you how we can do this. For that, we'll add a class to this input, and we'll call it profile menu visibility. And we'll use this class to target the checkbox from our CSS. And so I'm going to copy the class name and add a new CSS rule like this. And I think that you already know pretty well that if we want to style the hover state of an element, we can use the hover pseudoclass like this. And for checkboxes in CSS, we have another pseudoclass, and it's called checked. And so when we write it like this targets only the checked state of the checkbox. And now we can apply our styles to the checkbox only when it's checked. And so if I write color green here and then reload our page and toggle the checkbox, nothing has happened. Well, this is expected because our checkbox, even in its checked state, has no text inside. And so this color property does not change anything here. Besides, we don't want to style the checkbox itself. We want to set the green text color of the profile menu text. And this text is inside the div that follows the checkbox. And if we look closely, we'll notice that this div is actually a sibling of this checkbox. And because it goes after the checkbox, we can use the subsequent sibling or tilde combinator to target the div when the checkbox is in the checked state. And if this all sounds complicated, let me just show you the final selector in our CSS code. So when the checkbox is checked, we want to use the subsequent sibling combinator or tilde to target the profile menu div and set its text color to green. And now if I reload the page, this should do the trick. And if I toggle the checkbox, notice that the profile menu text is now green. And if I uncheck the checkbox, the profile menu text becomes black. So this is how you can style other elements based on your checkbox's state. Okay, this is interesting, but how does this help us to show and hide the profile menu when we click the avatar here? Well, first of all, notice that because we have connected the label to the checkbox, now when we click on the avatar, it toggles the checkbox, which affects the profile menu text. And also, we're not limited to only changing the text color. We can set any CSS property we want, including the display property. So, for example, we can add display none here to hide the profile menu when the checkbox is checked. And now if I reload the page and toggle the checkbox, notice that this hides the profile menu. And if I untoggle the checkbox, this shows the profile menu. And also we can do the opposite. I mean that we can hide our profile menu like this, display none by default. And this is wrong, so let me remove this period. So this will hide our profile menu text by default, and then we can change this to block to show the profile menu when the checkbox is checked. And now if I reload the page, the profile menu is hidden, and if I click on the avatar, this shows the profile menu. This means that we have achieved the most important part of what we wanted. We can hide and show the profile menu by clicking on the avatar. The only problem is that we can still see the checkbox. And the good news is that we can hide it easily without any harm to this functionality. So let's hide the checkbox, and for that we can target the checkbox by its class name like this and copy this display none style or definition and reload our page. The checkbox is hidden by default, and so is the profile menu. And now if I click on the avatar, notice that this shows the profile menu, and if I click on the avatar again, this hides the profile menu, which is exactly what we wanted. And this is how we can keep the state of our profile menu inside our checkbox without using any JavaScript. And for that, we use a label and a checkbox. We connect those with the for attribute and the ID attribute. We hide the checkbox with display none, and we use the subsequent sibling combinator to toggle the visibility of the element that we want to show or hide. Great. Now notice how the layout shifts. I mean how these buttons move when we toggle the profile menu visibility. And we don't want this to happen. To fix this, we can use absolute positioning. For that, I'm going to add position absolute here. And okay, this is better. Next, it would be great to see the boundaries of the profile menu better. So let's add a white background and also this shadow and also round corners to the profile menu. And it's easy. We can just inspect the profile menu element here. Let's resize the developer tools. We need to set border radius to 10 pixels, and let's copy the box shadow value right away. And then here we'll write box shadow like this, and then we'll paste the value. Then we'll set border radius to 10 pixels and also background color to white. And when we reload our page, let's show the menu. And okay, this is better. Next, let's position the menu properly. I mean, let's position it like here, so that the right edge of the menu is aligned with the right edge of the button. And it's also is slightly below the header border. And because we are already experienced users of the DevTools, we're not going to guess those values. We'll just use the DevTools to get the values. So we'll need to set the top property to 50 pixels and the right property to 0. And it's top 50 pixels, right 0 pixels, and reload our page. And now the profile menu, well, it's not positioned properly. Why is that? Well, because our div is absolutely positioned, and these two properties work either relative to its closest parent with its position set to relative, or if there is none, they work relative to the page itself. And we want this profile menu to be relative to the profile menu button, but they are siblings. So even though the button itself has the relative position, it's not useful for our case because we need a parent of the profile menu to have relative position. So for example, this header action list item. And notice that the shape of the button, I mean, this button and the shape of the list item on the page, they have the same shape and the same position. So we can change the position of this list item to relative, and this should do the trick. And now it doesn't have any positioning applied except for the default position. And I think that we can safely change the position property of all these header actions and set it to relative. And for that, we're going to use this class and add a new rule to target all header actions, and we'll set position to relative. And now if I reload our page and show the profile menu, notice that it's positioned properly because now the profile menu is positioned relative to the header action. Okay, next, what I notice here is that our cursor is not a pointer when we hover over the avatar. And this is because we added the label element here. I mean, this label element. And we can easily fix this by adding a class to this label and then a CSS rule that sets its cursor to a pointer and hover. So let's do this quickly. I'm going to add a class to the label. It's going to be header action avatar label. We'll copy the class and then we'll add an hover rule where we'll change its cursor value to a pointer on hover just like this. Perfect. Next, notice that the profile menu currently takes up as little width as possible, and this is because its position is set to absolute, and it tries to match its width to the width of its closest parent with the relative position. So this is the same issue that we had with our tooltips. And we fixed this for our tooltips by using the white space property and the no-wrap value. And that worked because our tooltips have only one line of text. But as you can see here, our profile menu has multiple rows. So we'll need to use something else to fix this issue. And another way to fix this is to explicitly set the width of the profile menu. Let's do this. I'm going to get the width from the reference page, and it is 256 pixels. Next, inside our rule, this rule that targets our profile menu container, we'll add width 256 pixels. Then reload the page, and this is better. What I also noticed here is when the profile menu is visible and we hover over the avatar, the tooltip becomes visible, which looks ugly. And in this scenario, we can fix this and hide the tooltip with a clever mix of different CSS selectors and combinators. And to do this, first, let's think in detail how we want this to work. So, when the profile menu is displayed, that is, when the checkbox we made invisible is checked, and when we hover over the avatar, we want the tooltip to stay hidden. But when the profile menu is not displayed, that is, when the checkbox is unchecked, we want this tooltip to be visible just like now. This means that we only need to hide the tooltip when the profile menu is visible, that is when the checkbox behind the scene is checked. Now let's look at our HTML code and what selectors we can use and what elements we need to target. Okay, so this is the checkbox that controls whether the profile menu is visible. And we're using the subsequent sibling combinator to target the profile menu. And we described a moment ago that we also want to use this checkbox to determine whether to display this tooltip or not. So how about we move this checkbox up here so that we could use a subsequent sibling combinator to target both the tooltip and the profile menu. Okay, first let's check whether the profile menu toggle functionality works, and it works. And this works because notice that despite that we moved the checkbox away from the profile menu, the checkbox and the profile menu are still siblings, and the profile menu still goes after the checkbox in our code. And so this is sufficient to use the subsequent sibling combinator to target the profile menu. But now what we also can do is use the subsequent sibling combinator to target the tooltip in the following way. We can start from the checkbox, then use the subsequent sibling combinator to include this button, because this button is also a sibling of this checkbox and is located after the checkbox. Then we can use the child or the descendant combinator to go inside the button and target this tooltip. And again, this is less complicated than it sounds, so let me show you. We want to start our selector from this checkbox, so I'm going to copy its class name, and we'll start a new CSS rule here. Then we'll use the subsequent sibling combinator where we want to target this button. So I'm going to copy this class name and paste it here. Then we want to go inside the button. So I'm going to type space to use the descendant combinator. And then we want to target this tooltip. So again, I'm going to copy its class name and paste it here. This tooltip is a direct child of the button, so both the descendant combinator and the child combinator would work here. We will use the descendant combinator because it gives us a little more flexibility to nest the tooltip as deep inside this button as we want it to. And then we want to hide the tooltip, so display none. Now let's quickly go over this selector. So here we want to start from the elements with this class name. Then we're using the tilde combinator to target only their siblings that go after these elements in our HTML code and also have this class name. And then inside these elements, we want to target only the elements with this class name. And so it's like start with these, find these, then on the same level as these, find these that must go after these. And then inside these, find these tooltips and apply these styles. But remember that we want to hide the tooltip only when the profile menu is visible. That is, when this checkbox is checked, so when it's checked, and also only when we hover over the button. And this selector still works just as we discussed previously, but requires the checkbox to be checked and also this button to have the cursor over it. Okay, now let's see whether our smart selector works. So reload the page. When I hover over the avatar, the tooltip will appear. Good. And when I click, the profile menu appears and the tooltip is gone. Perfect. So this means that our selector is working properly. Okay, and if you feel that you don't understand this selector or any other complex CSS selector, you can just break it up into pieces like this, and then think about each piece and add one by one until you can easily understand the whole selector. And even though I created this selector, when I look at it as a whole, I feel like, wow, this is too complex and I am probably too stupid to understand it. But when I go through each part individually, then suddenly I feel like I can understand this. Okay, let's see what we can do next. I think that at this point we've covered all the new things needed to create the profile menu. And what's left is to fill our profile menu with this content and style the content. I mean, we'll need to add and style these menu items. And actually, you already know how to do this because we have created similar components before. And so this is a perfect opportunity for you to practice everything we've learned so far. And because my main goal in this course is to help you build your HTML and CSS skills, I'll ask you to create and style these menu items yourself. And I'm going to give you a few hints on how to approach this. First, we used a div as a container here. I would recommend changing this to an unordered list and using the li elements for each menu item. Then notice that the avatar with the online indicator is the same as the one we created here. This means that you can use the same approach to create it. Then to organize your menu items like this or like this with 2 or more elements in one row, you can use Flexbox just like we used Flexbox to style the recent search items here in the dropdown. Then to create this menu item, when we have this little subcomponent with this icon and this text inside, you can put these inside a div and turn the div into a flex container. And remember that we can nest flex containers inside each other without any restrictions. This means that we can make this whole menu item a flex container, and then we can make one of its children a flex container as well. Then you can handle the hover and active states for your menu items in the same way as we handle them here. And as for the icons here, you can download them directly by right-clicking on them and then using the saved image as, or you can open the course assets page, I mean this one, and the link will be in the description, and use the icons from this page where I collected all the images from the Reddit page for you. Okay, so roll up your sleeves and get to work. Don't skip creating this profile menu. It's going to be hard, but trying to code is probably one of the most important things that you can do to build your coding skills. If you don't practice coding, you have very high chances of ending up in the so-called tutorial hell, where you spend a lot of time watching tutorials, but you're not actually building your skills. Okay, and finally, if you get stuck, don't worry, maybe take a little break and then use the development tools to inspect this reference page to see how it's implemented under the hood. Or you can check out the earlier tutorials of this course where we created similar components. Now pause this video and write some code. I'll create the profile menu as well, but I will speed up this part of the video. Okay, this beautiful profile menu is ready. I hope you've created it. If not, this is a perfect time for you to pause the video and do this exercise. And now I think that we have finished creating the whole header component. Congratulations! The only thing that's left is to make sure that the header is fixed at the top like here. But for now, we don't have enough content on our page to be able to scroll down. So let's make our header fixed at the top after we create the main section of the page. Because at that point, it's going to be easier for us to test that. Now we'll move on to creating this sidebar. The good news is that you already know how to do like 95% of it. There are a few places that might be challenging, for example, these collapsible sections with the animated arrows on toggle. So our plan will be to create this sidebar container so that it stays fixed when we scroll the main content, and also so that we can scroll the content of the sidebar container. And also we'll create these 3 menu items and the custom feeds collapsible section together. Then, based on that, you will create the rest of the sidebar as a practice exercise. Okay, now let's look at the sidebar and think about what things we're going to need to create first. I think that, as always, we'll need a container element for the entire sidebar. And that container will be scrollable when the content overflows. Next, notice that the sidebar contains these groups of clickable elements where each group is separated by a thin border. And also, when we scroll the main content, the sidebar stays fixed on the screen. And as you probably remember from our previous tutorials, this means that we need to use some sort of CSS positioning to make the sidebar fixed on the screen. Okay, I think that we already have a good general picture of what we need to do. So let's open our index.html file to see what HTML we've got here already to start with. Okay, earlier we created this div for the sidebar. I think we can use this div, but let's change it to an unordered list. And let's also replace the text with an empty list item. Okay, so this unordered list will be the main container for our sidebar, and each list item will be a smaller container for a group of these menu items. So each group of these menu items will have its own li element. Oops, not like this. Will have its own li element inside this main sidebar container. And we'll do this by adding another unordered list here. And this will contain a list of this smaller group of list items, or we can call it a sidebar section. And let's a class right away. We'll call this sidebar section, and then again an empty list item where this li will be for, let's say, home. So write home, and then another li for popular. So popular, and then all. So let's add all. So now we've got a list inside a list. And you can think of these two nested lists just as you think about your nested lists in Google Docs, where each li in the main UL is for the whole sidebar section, and then the nested UL contains a list of particular menu items. So later we'll add more of these li elements because we'll want more sections. Now notice that each menu item contains of an image and some text. So let's save this home icon in our icons folder. And then let's add an image, img, for our home icon. The path will be images, icons, and then home svg. And let's also put our menu item text inside a div with the sidebar section item details class, like this. So reload the page. Well, this is not very impressive, so we're going to need to make some serious CSS styling here. Okay. This sidebar is a new big component, and I think it's a good idea to create a separate style sheet for it. So let's go to VS Code, open Explorer, and then in the CSS folder, let's create a new file, and we'll name it sidebar.css. And this is where we're going to put all our CSS code related to the sidebar. And the first thing I'd like to do is remove these default list styles. For that, let's inspect the sidebar to copy the class name. And we're going to target the sidebar and write list style none to remove the bullets. And also we'll write margin 0 and padding 0 to reset the default margins and paddings. Let's also close the Explorer because we don't need it anymore. And this will look like this on our page. But wait, nothing's changed. And so here's a question. Why do you think our styles were not applied? I think that this is because we forgot to include our new sidebar.css inside the index.html file. So let's do that. And at this point, it should be easy for you to do this. Just copy the link element and change the search to sidebar. There you go. And if I reload the page, now our styles are applied. Let's also reset the default styles of the nested list. For that, let's copy its class name. And then in our style sheet, let's extend this CSS selector and we'll use a selector list. So I'm going to write comma and then we'll target our nested sidebar list as well. And remember that this comma is a selector list in CSS, which means that we want to apply these styles to this element and this element, which helps us to avoid duplication in our code. I mean that we can write this instead of writing it like this and having two separate rules, where notice that these styles are actually duplicated. So sometimes we can use a selector list to avoid code duplication. Okay, and next, to better see the dimensions of our sidebar, let's add a temporary background. And we want to add background only to the outer sidebar. So we can add another CSS rule here that targets the same sidebar and changes its background color to, say, light golden yellow. And remember that in CSS, we can have multiple CSS rules that target the same HTML element and change different styles in those rules. And all these styles from here and here will be applied to our sidebar. So if I reload our page, now we've got this yellow background behind the sidebar, which helps us to see that our sidebar is this wide by default, which we don't want. And we want our sidebar to be this wide. So let's inspect this sidebar and get its width. So we need to set the width to 220. So width 220 pixels. And if I reload the page, this is better. And don't worry about the content being under the sidebar. We will reposition it later. Okay, next, I see here this thin border on the right side of the sidebar and also this empty space around the content, which is most likely padding. And at this point, these should be easy for you to add. So let's add them. Or you can add these yourself, which would be even better. So if you want, pause the video and add this border to the right and this empty space from the right, top, and left sides of the sidebar. Okay, so I'm going to inspect the sidebar and the padding is 4 and 4 and 16 and 16. And also let's copy the border. Where's the border? There it is, border right. So we want to set the right border to this value and then padding to 4 pixels and 16 pixels. And it's going to look like this. Great. And let's also comment out the background color because now the border is enough to see the sidebar boundaries. And this is starting to look like the sidebar we want. Next, let's start styling individual sidebar items. And you can see here that we want to put the icon and the text on the same line and align them vertically. And as you probably guessed, this is a job for Flexbox. And at this point, I suppose that you know how to do this pretty well. So I'm not going to go into detail here. But what I want to point out is that these sidebar items are actually links to other pages. On the original Reddit website, this one goes to the homepage and this one goes to the popular posts and so on. So let's upgrade our sidebar items to links. And for this, we're going to go to the index.html file, find our sidebar. Okay, and this li element here represents an individual sidebar item. So to make it a clickable link, let's simply wrap the content of the list item inside the A element, like this. Let's also leave the href attribute empty to make our lives easier, so that if we click on this link, it's going to reload our current page. And if you want, you can put here an actual URL like https://reddit.com, and this should lead to the main Reddit page. But I'm going to leave this empty because this is a learning project where we can use some, let's say, cheats to make our lives easier. On a real website, you'll put an actual URL here in the href attribute. Okay, let's also assign it a class, and we'll call it sidebar link. And now our item should become a clickable link on the page. So I'm going to reload the page. Great. And if I click on the link, this reloads our page. But notice that now, because the home text is inside the link, it receives these default link styles, and we need to remove them. To remove them, we'll need to change the text decoration, color, and font size values. And let's remove this underlined decoration from this text, and then I'll leave it to you to write the remaining styles. Okay, so for this, I'm going to inspect the link and then copy its class name. Then to remove this underlined text decoration, we'll go to our sidebar style sheet and we'll add another rule that targets our sidebar links. Here we'll write text decoration none. And okay, now the text is clean. Next, for more practice, I'm going to ask you to pause this video and write the rest of the item styles. So your goal will be to write the remaining CSS style to make this single home sidebar item to look like here. You'll need to use Flexbox to put the icon and text on the same line and center them vertically. Then use the gap property to add this space in between. Use padding to add this space around the item. And also make sure that you handle the hover and active states. Also, don't forget to adjust the text color and font size, because they are pretty subtle and hard to notice. Once you have finished the home item, then take its HTML and add the popular and all items as well. And if you get stuck, use the DevTools and inspect the reference page to see the solution. And I'm going to speed up the video to not bore you and save us some time because you already know how to do all this. There you go. Now you should have a similar looking sidebar with 3 items you can hover over and click. Next, let's add this bottom border under the sidebar section and some padding as well. For that, I'm going to inspect the sidebar section to get its bottom border value. Okay, there it is. I'm going to copy the value. And then we'll add a new CSS rule that targets sidebar and then list items inside the sidebar, but only the list items that are direct children of the sidebar, because these are containers for our sidebar sections. I mean that we want to target only these list items and we don't want to target these. So this is why we used the child combinator and not the descendant combinator. But you know what? Let me show you the difference. So if we write it like this and then border bottom, then I'm going to paste the value. So with this, if I reload our page, there is the border. But if I change this child combinator to the space, which is the descendant combinator, and then reload our page, notice that now, additionally to this bottom border, we've got the border after each list item inside the sidebar. We don't want this, and so I'm gonna revert to the child combinator. And this is better. Then let's also add this padding, which is 12 and 0. So I'm gonna write padding 12 pixels and 0, and this will look like this. Great. And I think that we have finished the first sidebar section and we're ready to move on to creating this one, which is going to be an interesting component to create because we'll need to create this section header that will hide and show our section items below. And we'll also animate this arrow. So how do we create something like this? Well, actually, we already have one component that works similar to what we want here. Remember this profile menu and how we used a label connected to a checkbox with a few clever CSS selectors to achieve this. We can use this approach here as well. And so for that, we'll create a new sidebar section, just like the previous one. And then, just like here, we could use a checkbox and a label to toggle the visibility of these sidebar items. So first, let's add the new sidebar section. And for that, we can simply copy this whole list item and paste it here, which is going to look like this. Next, let's remove this and this list item so that we have only one left here. And now we can update the icon and the text here and replace them with these. So I'll quickly inspect the item, then copy its text, and then save the image as plus. All right. And then I'll paste the text here like this, and the image name should be plus. And if I reload the page, this is better. Now we have something to collapse. But we already knew all that. And now let's move on to creating this new and exciting section header that we'll use to collapse our menu items. Okay, so first of all, let's save this image. And it's called down.svg. Okay, visually the header goes before in the section items. So we'll need to add the label element before the UL element. Inside the label, we'll add the name of our section header, custom feeds, and then we'll add an image. The source will be images, icons, down.svg. This is for our animated icon. And this label is going to look like this on our page. Text and an icon. Next, we'll need a checkbox that will connect with this label. We'll use the checkbox and a tilde combinator to target the sidebar section. This means we need to add the checkbox as one of its siblings somewhere before the list. Let's add it even before the label in put type checkbox, because we'll use the checkbox to style this image as well. Next, let's connect the checkbox to the label. And for that, we'll need to add an ID inside the checkbox. Let's call it sidebar collapse checkbox, and then also custom feeds. We added this because remember that every ID has to be unique on the entire page. And we will add several collapsible sections inside our sidebar, which means that we're going to have multiple of these checkboxes. And we need to make sure that each of those checkboxes has a unique ID value. And for that, we'll change this ending part of the ID for every checkbox. Next, we'll use this ID value inside the for attribute to connect the label to the checkbox. And finally, let's add the sidebar collapse checkbox class to the checkbox. And also let's add the sidebar collapse label class to the label so that we can easily target them from our CSS code. And if we reload our page, this is how it's going to look like by default. And if we click on the label, this toggles the checkbox, which means that they are connected properly. And now we're ready to write some CSS to hide and show the sidebar section when we toggle the checkbox. So for that, I'm going to inspect the checkbox, and then copy its class name. And then inside our sidebar.css file, let's add a new role where we will target the checkbox. And when the checkbox is checked, we'll use the tilde combinator to target the sidebar section. So I'm gonna add the sidebar section here. And here we'll set its display property to none. And with this, now when I click on the header, nothing happens because I need to reload our page to apply those new styles. Once again, I'm going to click on the header and the section is hidden. And when I click on the label again, this shows the section. Okay, so this works as we wanted. And next, let's make this icon animated when we show and hide our section. So when our section is collapsed, we want the arrow point down. And when the section is expanded, we want it to point up. And this is actually quite easy to do. And for that, we'll use the transform property to rotate the icon. And we also want to animate the icon between these two states. So we'll use the transition property to animate the rotation. Okay, so when the sidebar section is expanded, we want the arrow to point up. But now, by default, it's pointing down. So let's change that. And I'm gonna inspect the image to see how we can target it from our CSS code. Okay, it doesn't have a class. So to target the image, we can either add a class to this image, or we can start from its parent, so this label, and use the child combinator along with the tag selector. Usually it's safer to add a class to the image, but let's use the second approach here to practice using combinators more. So I'm going to copy the label class, and then we're going to add a new rule that targets the label, then a child combinator, and then the image. This targets our arrow icon, and to make it point up, we can rotate it 180 degrees. For that, we'll write transform and then rotate Z. In CSS, you can rotate your elements in all three dimensions along the Z, Y, and X axes. In our case, and most of the time, you'll rotate your elements as you see them, so you'll use the Z axis. And then inside the parentheses, we pass the value in degrees, and it'll be 180 DEG. And this should be enough to flip our image. And if I reload the page, there you go. Now the arrow is pointing up. Next, let's make the arrow point down when the section is collapsed. For this, we'll need to target the arrow when the section is collapsed and change its transform value to 0 degrees. Okay, our section is collapsed when this checkbox is checked. So let's copy that and start a new selector. So when the checkbox is checked, and I think we have finished creating the sidebar is checked, and I think we have go inside this label and target our arrow image. And because this label is also a sibling to the checkbox and goes after the checkbox in our HTML code, we can use the subsequent sibling combinator as well. So in our new selector, let's write tilde, and then we can just copy this selector and paste it here, because this points to the label, and then we want to go inside the label and target the image. And in this case, we want to change the transform property, transform. Here we want to set rotate Z to 0 degrees. So I'm going to change this to just 0. And now, when I reload the page, by default, our arrow points up, and when we collapse the section, it points down. Great, this is exactly what we want. And so this is how you use the transform and rotate Z function to rotate your elements. And finally, we want this rotation to be gradual, like here. Probably you remember from our previous tutorials that we can use the transition property to animate our elements. We want to animate the rotation both when we collapse and when we expand our sections. So for that, we're going to need to add our transition property to this rule, because then the transition property will be applied to this image when the checkbox is checked and when it's not checked. And here as a value, we want to specify the CSS property we want to transition, which is the transform property, transform form property. then goes a space, and then we set the transition duration. Let's start with 1 second. And if I reload our page and toggle our section, now the arrow is animated when we collapse or expand it. But I think it is too slow, so let's decrease this value and set it to something like 0.25 seconds. And reload the page. Great. I think that this is what we want. Yes. And lastly, let's hide the checkbox because we don't need to see it anymore. And for that, we can simply target the checkbox by its class name and write display none. Reload the page. Perfect. Okay, and with this, I think that we've discussed all the parts of this sidebar section that are either new to you or might be challenging. And next, as a practice exercise, I'm going to ask you to finish styling this collapsible header. And for this, you'll need to place the arrow on the right side of the label. You'll also need to make the label text uppercase. So use the text transform property to make the text uppercase. And you'll also need to adjust the text color and size. And then add some CSS to handle the hover and active states for this label. Use this reference page to get the property values you need and also to compare your solution. And again, you already know everything you need to style this label, so don't worry, pause the video and try to code this. And I will speed up this part of the video where I'm going to do this as well. Okay, now the label is properly styled. Well done. And the next task for you will be to add the remaining sidebar sections. I mean, this one and this one and this one and resources, communities, and recent sections. And for that, for the recent communities and resources sections, you can copy and use the same HTML code that we used for the custom feed. I mean that you can use this, where is it? This whole li element. So all this code. And for these two remaining sections, you can use the same HTML code that we used for the first section. So for most of these sections, all you need to do is copy the HTML, then save these icons, and change the text and images of your new section. But you'll also need to make some other adjustments. Inside the recent section, you'll need to make these images into circles. For that, you can use the same border radius approach we used before. Also, notice that in the communities section, you'll need to add this favorite button, which is just a button containing an image that you can style the same way that we styled, for example, these buttons. And don't forget to handle the hover and, where is it? The hover and active state of the button. And one important caveat. When you copy the code of your collapsible sections, don't forget to adjust this part of your checkbox ID inside the checkbox and also inside the for attribute of the label. Otherwise, your collapse behavior might not work and wrong section might be collapsed. So for example, if you copy this, let me show you. If you copy this for the recent section, just change this part of the ID to recent to make it unique, and then also change the for attribute to recent to connect your label with the new ID. So pause the video and add these remaining sidebar sections. And don't skip this, because this is a great opportunity for you to have more practice. I'm going to add these sections as well, but I will speed up the video. Okay, now all the sidebar sections are completed. You've done a huge job. Well done. Next, before we make our sidebar scrollable, let's add this copyright link. This is just a regular HTML link with slightly modified text styles and this extra padding from the top. Also notice that there is no line between the last section and the link. This means that we'll need to remove this line from our last section. Okay, let's start with the link first and then we'll remove border after that. So first, let's copy the text of the link, and then we'll go to our index.html file. And I think that we can add our link in after the last sidebar section. So let's collapse the section to make our code less crowded. For our link, we'll use an anchor element, and its href attribute will be empty for the same reasons that we left the other href attributes empty here. And then I'm going to paste the text we just copied. And to reference our link from the CSS code, let's add a class. It's going to be copyright link. Also notice this little guy here. In most cases, pasting the copyright symbol into your code is fine because these days almost all browsers and devices support UTF-8 encoding. But we could make our code a bit more robust and stable and replace this symbol with an equivalent HTML entity, which is copy. And remember that an HTML entity is just a safe way to put special symbols in your code. So when we write it like this, it's gonna look like this on our page. Now that we've got this link here, we'll need to write some CSS to make it look like this. So we'll need to adjust its text color, font size, and also handle the hover and active state, and also normal state. Also, we'll need to add this padding at the top. Okay, so at this point, I assume that you know how to do all this because we've done similar tasks enough times so far in this course. So I will leave writing all these styles for you as a practice exercise. So pause the video and do this. And I'm going to do this too, but I will speed up the video. Okay, great. And as always, if you get stuck styling this link, use the DevTools to inspect the reference page to see how it's done here. And now let's remove this border. For that, I want to show you one more pseudo class. Now let's look at the HTML structure of our sidebar. We've got this unordered list where each li element is a sidebar section with the bottom border after each section. And we want to have this bottom border for all these sections but the last. And this means that we need to somehow target the last section, which is this li element, and remove its bottom border. There are several ways we could target this last li element. For example, we could modify our HTML code and add a class to this last li element, and use the class to target it from our CSS code. And while this would work, it would make our code less flexible. Because if we wanted to change the order of our sections, we'd need to make sure that this last li element always has that class. Luckily, there is an easier and more robust way to target this last li element in CSS. Let me show you. In our style sheet, we already have a rule that targets, there it is, the rule that targets our list items in the sidebar. Now let's copy this selector and add a new rule that we will modify slightly to target only the last li element. And for that, we'll use a new pseudo class called lastChild. This does exactly what we want. It always targets only the last element out of these. And in the last li element, we want to remove the bottom border, so bottom border none. And if I reload the page, the border disappeared. The lastChild pseudo class is pretty straightforward. It just does what it says. Use the lastChild pseudo class when you want to target only the last element out of several siblings. Next, let's make our sidebar no taller than our screen. And we'll add a scroll bar if our sidebar has more content than we can fit on our screen. We'll start by making our sidebar to stay on the screen even when we scroll, like this. For that, we'll use CSS positioning. We want to position the entire sidebar, so we're going to target its container. Let's find the rule, and there it is. And remember that this targets the outer UL element that serves as a container for the entire sidebar. And to make our sidebar fixed, we'll update this rule and we'll write position fixed. And remember that fixed position works just like absolute position. The main difference is that with the fixed position, when we scroll, the element stays on the screen. And now this unlocks the top, right, left, and bottom properties to position our sidebar. We want to make sure that our sidebar starts at the left edge of the page. So for that, we'll set the left property to 0. And this is just a precaution in case we mess up some other HTML or other styles. Right now, this shouldn't change anything. So when I reload our page, the sidebar stays in the same position. And the content div is now here because when we set the fixed position for our sidebar, other elements without positioning, one of which is this content div, they act as if the sidebar does not exist. Next, let's set the top property to make sure that our sidebar is properly positioned from the top. Now, if we set the top property to 0 as well and reload the page, now it overlaps the header. To fix this, we need to move the sidebar down by the height of the header. So let's get that value. For that, I'm going to inspect the header. And under the computed tab, we can see that its height is 56 pixels. And also notice that it's got a 1 pixel bottom border that we need to take into account as well. So 56 plus 1 is 57 pixels in total. And this is the value that we're going to set here, 57 pixels from the top. And if I reload the page, now the sidebar and the header, they do not overlap. Now, the only problem left here is that the content still overlaps the sidebar. Don't worry about this at the moment. We fix this when we start styling the content component, this thing. So for now, just ignore this, and we will continue styling the sidebar. Next, we will configure the height of the sidebar to fit on the screen. And for this, we'll use the same approach that we used for the dropdown. Let's quickly look at what we did. So I'm going to open this search style sheet. And remember that we use the VH, which are relative to the height of our screen. So 100 VH is 100% of the visible area. And we used the calc function to subtract a couple of values in pixels from this on the fly, which were the height of the header and a little bit of extra space. So let's use the same approach, but for our sidebar. Okay, so what we want here is our sidebar height to be the same as the height of the visible area of the page minus this distance from the top. And we already know this distance from the top because it is 57 pixels. So here we'll use the height property because unlike the dropdown, we want our sidebar height to be always the same no matter how much content it has. Even when our sidebar has less content than the height of the visible area of the page, we want its height to stay the same. And next, we'll write calc. And then inside the calc function, 100 VH minus the distance from the top, which is 57 pixels. And when I reload the page, nothing changed because remember that by default, anything above the current height of the sidebar we set is visible. It just overflows. But if I try to scroll the page, the sidebar is now fixed here and we can't see the rest of its content. And we don't want that. We want to make it scrollable instead. And just like with the dropdown, we'll use the overflow Y property and we'll set it to auto. And it's overflow Y because we only want to show the vertical scroll bar. If I reload the page, now our sidebar should be scrollable. And if I scroll, yes, it's scrollable. Now remember that different platforms, even if you're using the same browser, handle the scroll bar differently. In Chrome on macOS, the scroll bar is only visible when we use it. And if I move the cursor away, it disappears. On Windows, for example, the scroll bar looks differently and it's almost always visible. We can make this behavior more consistent and only show the scroll bar when we hover over the sidebar. And for that, we'll use a couple of new CSS properties that are supported by almost 75% of modern web browsers. First, we'll change the size of the scroll bar. And for that, we'll use the scroll bar width property, and let's set it to thin. This should make your scroll bar a little bit thinner. Next, we'll use the scroll bar color property to configure, well, its color. And here we'll write transparent, and then also a space, and then transparent. We used two values here because we can configure the background color of the scroll bar, of this thing, and then also the color of the moving part of the scroll bar. And if I reload our page, now the scroll bar is not visible, but we still can scroll in our sidebar. And next, let's show our scroll bar on hover. To show the scroll bar on hover, we'll add another CSS rule where we'll target the hover state of the sidebar. And here we'll set the scroll bar color property to auto. This will use the default color value for our scroll bar. And with this, now when I reload the page, then hover over the scroll bar and scroll down, the scroll bar becomes visible. And this is how we can style our scroll bar using these two properties. And I think we have finished creating the sidebar. Congratulations, you've done most of this yourself, which means that you have successfully learned the coding skills and are well on your way to mastering CSS. Because the sidebar is a pretty complex CSS component with these collapsible sections, this little arrow animation, and plenty of different elements inside. The sidebar adjusts to the height of your screen. It is scrollable if needed, and as you'll see later, it remains fixed on your screen when we scroll through the main content. And now we're going to move on to creating the main content area of this page. The main content of this page is everything that goes below the header and to the right of the sidebar. The whole component might look different from what we've created so far. But if we take a closer look at the smaller elements here, we'll see that we already know how to create most of them. For example, this banner is just a big image, and we already know how to add and style images. And this is just a big bold text. Then these buttons, we already know how to style buttons. We can click on this one to toggle this little menu that we can add by using the same approach that we used for the profile menu. And if we continue examining the main content, we'll see that most of its elements are just like this. I mean that they are similar to what we've created so far. But we'll find a few new and interesting things here as well. For example, this sidebar on the right is sticky. This means that if we scroll down this page at first, the sidebar goes up along with all content. But as soon as we reach a certain point, the sidebar becomes fixed and will stay on the screen as we continue scrolling. So we'll learn how to do this. Also, we'll learn how to use the Font Awesome library to add these icons inside these filter by flare buttons. Font Awesome is one of the most popular icon libraries. It's easy to use and important to learn. And it has a free version with plenty of beautiful icons. If this main content component seems like a very difficult component to create, don't worry, when we start creating it element by element, you'll see that it's actually easier than it looks, especially if you've done all the previous practice exercises. Now let's discuss our plan, how we're going to create this main content component. So together we'll create container elements to outline the layout for each subcomponent. We'll also discuss the new topics and the parts that might be challenging. After that, you will be well equipped to create all of the remaining elements as a practice exercise. But if you want to get the most of it, I would recommend you to pause the video and go ahead of me and try to create this whole component yourself first, and then return back and watch the video. This way, you'll get the most out of this. Okay, and now let's start creating this together. First, as always, we'll need a container element for this entire content area. And actually, we already have it. Remember that currently it overlaps the sidebar. So let's fix this and make sure that our content starts right after the sidebar. For that, let's think about why the content overlaps the sidebar in the first place. Well, if you remember, this is because the sidebar has its position property set to fixed, which puts the sidebar on its own layer and makes it invisible for the content div. It's like our sidebar is now a ghost for the content. So as a fix, we can just fill this side of the content with padding that will be the same size as the sidebar. So first, let's go to our index.html file and let's rename the content class to, say, main to make it less confusing. And this main component looks like a big independent component with a lot of styles to me. And because of this, it seems like a good idea to create a new style sheet specifically for this component. So let's open our file explorer and find the CSS folder. And here we'll add a new file and we'll call it main CSS, just like we call our component. And this is where we'll put all the styles related to the main component. In here, we'll target our main div by its class name, and we'll set its padding left to some large value, say 300 pixels. This is just an initial value to get us started. We'll get the exact value we need from the reference page in a moment. Next, we'll need to include our new style sheet. Otherwise, the styles will not be applied. So for that, we'll need another link element. And I replace this with main. This should be sufficient. So I'm going to close the file explorer. And then let's reload our page. Now our content starts after the sidebar. And if we inspect it, we'll see that this is just a lot of padding that is pushing the content to the right. We could have also used margin here to push our content. So if I replace padding left with margin left, and reload our page, notice that the content is exactly where it was. But now it's the margin that's pushing our content to the right. In most cases, it doesn't matter whether you use margin or padding. But here we're going to need the padding and not the margin because of this subtle background that we'll add later to our main content. So I'm going to undo this and we'll use the padding, reload our page. Good. Now let's adjust the padding to make sure that we're using the correct value, and we'll get it from the reference page. It's 265 from the left, but I also notice 8 pixels from the top and from the right. So let's add these as well. For that, we'll upgrade this to a shorthand property. Remember that the first value here will be our padding from the top. So it's 8 pixels, then goes our padding from the right, 8 pixels again. Now it's got 0 pixels, or no padding from the bottom. So we'll write 0 here, and then 265 from the left. And this is the padding we want. Reload our page. Perfect. Next, let's add this light gray background to our content. For that, we're going to inspect it here, and then we'll just copy the color from the DevTools. Then we'll add the background color property to our container, and then paste the value. And reload our page. Great. Now the background is here, but I noticed 2 problems. The first one is that we've got not that many content here. And because of this, the background doesn't fill the rest of the screen. The second problem is that we don't want this gray background to be behind the sidebar, because notice that on the reference page, the gray background stops right before the sidebar. First, let's fix the height of our background. It's very easy to do, because in CSS, just like there is the max height property, there is also the min height property. And it does exactly what it says. It puts a limit on the minimum height of our element. So if we set the min height of our container, min height, to say 100 pixels, now this means that the height of our main div cannot be less than 100 pixels. But if we add more content to the element, it can grow taller. And so if I reload our page, now the main content height is 100 pixels. And notice that this grows the background area as well. And the background is bigger. Okay, I'd like our background to fill at least the visible area of this page. And we already know a unit of measurement that can help us achieve that. And I'm talking about the VH, viewport height. So let's change the pixels here to VH, which means that we want our main div to be at least as tall as our screen. But we also allow it to grow taller as we add more content. And if I reload the page, great, this is much better. Next, we'll address the second problem and we'll fix the background of our sidebar. This is very easy to do. We'll just need to set the background color of the sidebar's container. So let's open the sidebar style sheet. And this is the rule that targets the container. And I see here this background color property that we commented out earlier. Let's uncomment it and change its value to white. Now, if I reload our page, this is what we want. Next, let's work on this part of the main component. It will be a smaller subcomponent that I suggest we call the main head. We can divide it in two parts, this big banner image and also this row of the elements below the banner image. Okay, so for better code organization, I suggest that we put the code of this main subcomponent inside a container element as well. So inside the index.html file, let's scroll down here. And in the main div, we'll add another div that'll have the main head class. Then let's add this big banner image. So for that, I'm going to save the image. Let's save it in the community folder. The name is communitybanner.png. Then in our code, let's add an image. The src will be images, community, and then community banner.png. We'll need to style this image, so I suggest that we add a class here to make it easier for us to target the image. How about main head banner? And now if I reload our page, okay, this image is really huge. So let's make it smaller. And if we look at the reference page, we'll see that the banner image is as wide as the main div itself. And when I resize the browser window, the banner image follows as well. So to achieve this, we can either use Flexbox and the Flex Grow property, which I think will be an overkill. Or we can just set the banner image width to 100%, which means be as wide as your parent. Let's use the width approach and set the image width. So for that, we're going to need to copy the class and set the image width to 100%. With this, if I reload our page, now the banner is fully visible. And when I resize the browser window, the image follows the width of the main content. Next, notice that the banner image has these round corners that I'm going to ask you to style by yourself. And we will go ahead and work on this part. For this row, we'll need a little container as well. So let's add it inside our head div. Here we'll add just another div and we'll call it main head info. I'm going to put a text placeholder here, say main head info, and then reload our page to make sure that it's there. It is. And now I'm going to ask you to do another practice exercise, which will be much harder than the previous one. I will ask you to add and style all these elements yourself, because you actually already know how to create all this. So your goal will be to add and style all these elements so that they look the same as on the reference page, including this behavior. When we click on this button, it toggles this little menu. The only thing that you can skip is making this image overlap the banner. Because we're going to do this together, where I'll show you how to use the relative position to achieve this. And so when you finish styling this little subcomponent, it should look like this. If you've completed the practice exercise, at this point you should have a similar looking section, which means that you're ready to use the relative position to move the section up so that the circle image overlaps the banner. And if you haven't completed the exercise, then do it. I'll wait. Okay, we want this image to overlap the banner like here. And notice that the image is inside the community div, which is inside the main head info div, which contains the whole row. And so this will be the div that will apply the relative position to. And remember that when we set a relative position to an element, we can use the top, right, left, and bottom properties to move that element from its original position. So let's try doing that. So let's copy this class name and let's find the rule that targets it. And this is the rule that targets the div that we want to move up. Let's make its position relative here. And you already know about the relative position from the tutorial on positioning. Okay, this alone will not move our div. So let's add the top property here and then set it to some negative value, say negative 30 pixels, to see what happens on the page. Reload our page. Okay, this moved the section 30 pixels up, and now the image overlaps the banner. And actually, this is it. This is how easy to use the relative position to move our elements relative to their original position. But notice that now, because the whole row is 30 pixels up, these buttons are also overlapping the banner. And notice that they are also stretched to match the height of the whole row. We don't want this, and we can easily fix this, which is going to be a next task for you. Think about how you could use the align items property to fix this and position these buttons at the bottom of the row, like we have it on the reference page here. And this should also fix them being stretched. Here is a hint for you. Use the flex end value for that. And when you'll do this, you'll have it like this. Now let's move on to creating this list of posts and this sidebar on the right. The good news here is that you already know almost everything you need to create these. And we'll use this as an opportunity to further improve your coding skills. You've already seen in this course how to create and style similar elements. So here's your next task. You'll need to create this whole list of posts and this sidebar on the right. And make sure that your posts and your sidebar look the same as on the reference page. Use the dev tools to get all the values you need and in case you get stuck. And also there are a few things that you don't need to do because we'll do them together later. You don't need to make your sidebar sticky like this. You don't need to make the sidebar scrollable because there are certain pitfalls there that we'll discuss later. Also add these flare buttons, but don't add the icons because we'll learn how to use the Font Awesome library to add these. But except for these, everything else should look and work the same as on the reference page. Again, if you get stuck, use the dev tools to see what elements and styles you can use to create these components. So roll up your sleeves and get to coding. I'm going to code these two and I'll see you when you finish. Okay, when you finish, you'll have something similar to this. And if not, then go do this. It's important. So I'm going to assume that you've created all these components and let's go ahead and learn how to use Font Awesome. Font Awesome is one of the most popular icon libraries that we can use on our websites and that has thousands of free icons. So let's discuss how we can use it for our flare buttons. There are many ways that we can do this, and one of the most popular, and I think the easiest way that we can do this is by including it just like we included the Google fonts. So for that, let's Google Font Awesome CDN. Remember that CDN is an online service that helps us use images, CSS styles, and other types of media on our websites more easily. Until next, let's open this first link to CDN.js. Here we can select a Font Awesome version that we want to use. 6.7.2 is the latest version at the time of recording, so I'm going to use this one. And then we're interested in this first link, Font Awesome, all min CSS. On the right side, we've got these three icons. Click on the middle one to copy the link tag. And this will copy the HTML that we'll need to use on our website to include Font Awesome. Then let's open our index.html file and scroll up to the head element. And here, let's paste the link tag we copied right after the last link element. And this will load the Font Awesome library from the CDN. If you're having any troubles finding and copying this link tag, then another option for you can be to open the reference page. Then right-click on any empty area on the page and select View Page Source. This will open the actual source code of the reference page. And here in the head element, find the last link element that points to the Font Awesome library. Then copy the entire link element and use it in your index.html file. Okay, and now we're ready to add our first Font Awesome icon. And for that, let's go to our Chrome browser and Google Font Awesome. Just Font Awesome without CDN. Search for that and then open this first link that leads to the Font Awesome website. And then open the icons page. Here we've got this search bar where you can search for some icons. Let's type in image and then press enter. And this will find all the Font Awesome icons related to the word image. And it has found more than 1,000 icons related to this word. We have a free version of Font Awesome, so we'll use these first two icons that don't have the Pro label on them, which means that these are free to use. Let's click on the first icon that will open this pop-up that gives us different ways of using this icon. And we're interested in the HTML tab where we can get the HTML that we need to add to our page to use this icon. And to copy this HTML, just click anywhere inside the I element like this. And this will copy the HTML to your clipboard. And the I element is a simple text element that makes your text italic, which you can use to wrap up parts of your text like technical terms. In practice, you'll rarely use the I element, and mostly in cases like this when we're using this external library. Next, let's open our index.html and find the flare buttons. And let's find the fan made. Let me search for the fan made. Okay, there it is. So find the fan made button and here paste the HTML that we copied on the Font Awesome page. And now if you open your page and reload it, you should be able to see this image icon. Next, to add the icon in the funny button, let's go to the Font Awesome website, close this pop-up, scroll up and search for grin. And don't forget to press enter to run the search. Then let's scroll down and this one looks like the right icon to me. Then click on the I element to copy the code and then inside our index.html file, let's paste the code and reload the page. There you go. There is the second icon. And this is actually how easy it is to add icons to your web page with Font Awesome. Okay, and again, as a practice exercise, add the remaining icons. Search for comments to get the discussion icon, then circle exclamation for the spoiler, and then newspaper for the news. And I will quickly add the icons as well, but I'm going to speed up the video. So we've added all these icons using the Font Awesome library. And notice that once we've included the correct link to the library, adding and using all these icons became a pretty easy task. And this is what I like about these icon libraries. Next, before we make our sidebar sticky, notice this ugly empty space at the place where we should actually have the header. And this happens because our header remains in its original position when we scroll. But it should actually remain at the top when we scroll, just like we have it on the reference page. So let's fix this. You probably remember from our previous tutorials that this is pretty easy to do. All we need is to change the header's position to fixed and adjust its distance from the top. For that, let's open header.css file. And I've got just too many tabs over here, so I'm gonna close a few and then open the header.css file. And if we scroll up, right at the top of the file, there is this CSS rule that targets the header container. And it's already using the relative position. Let's change it to fixed. And this should be sufficient for our purposes because our header goes first in our HTML code. So it will be displayed right at the top. But just to be sure that everything works, even if somebody decides to add some HTML elements before our header, let's explicitly set its top position to 0. And now if I reload our page and then scroll, notice that our header remains fixed at the top. But there are a couple of new problems here that we need to fix. The first one is now our header doesn't take up all the available width. And this is because of how, by default, the fixed and absolute position work. There are several ways that we can fix this, one of which is we can use the left and right CSS properties to stretch our header between the left and right edges of the page. And for that, let's update our rule and set left to 0 and right to 0 as well. And now if I reload our page, the header takes up 100% of the width available. Another problem we've got here is now their header position is fixed. It doesn't exist for the main content. The main content is displayed as if the header doesn't exist. And so they overlap. To fix this, we can use padding to push the main content down. We can add padding to the main content just by increasing its top value. It will work, but the main downside of it is by doing this, we are coupling our main component with the header component, which means that when we make some changes to the header that affect its height, we'll also need to adjust the top padding of the main component, which makes our code more coupled and more fragile. And in general, it's a good practice in programming to decouple your components and your code to make them less dependent on each other. And so to not couple our header and our main components, we could add that padding to the body element. For that, we'll need to find out the exact padding value that we want to use here, which is going to be the height of our header. So under the computed tab, we can see that it's 56 plus 1 pixel, so it's 57 pixels. And now let's open our page.css file where we've got this CSS rule that targets our body element. And here we want to write padding top 57 pixels. And if I reload our page, great. The padding we've added just now compensates for the positioned header and it pushes our content down, and this looks much better. And now it might seem that all our problems with the header are fixed, but notice what happens if I scroll. The header starts to look weird again because its background is transparent and we can see through our header. To fix this, we can just set its background to be white. So background color, white, reload our page, and this is much better. Next, we're going to make our sidebar on the right to work the following way. At first, it will act just like a regular HTML element. And when we scroll down like this, it will scroll with other elements. But once we get to a certain distance from the top of the page, it will become fixed and stay on the screen as we continue to scroll. And this behavior is called sticky. And it's actually pretty easy to create this sticky behavior in CSS. For that, we're going to use another type of positioning. But first, let's look at how our sidebar currently works. Currently, when I scroll down, it works just like a regular element where it stays in its original position. And when I scroll and scroll and scroll, the sidebar eventually disappears. And so to change its behavior, let's open the style sheet and find its container. There it is. Here we'll write position sticky. Now this alone won't do much. So when I reload our page and then scroll down, notice that our sidebar actually doesn't work like we wanted. And it works just like it worked before. This is because for the sticky position to work, we need to use another property. And it's gonna be the top property. And let's set it to 100 pixels and see what happens. So reload our page. Then I'm gonna scroll down and notice that when I reached a certain point, which actually was 100 pixels from the top of the visible area of the page, the sidebar became fixed and now it stays on the screen when I scroll. And when I scroll up, once I reach the original position of the sidebar, it stays at its original position. And this is how easy to achieve this sticky behavior. For that, we just use the position sticky And then we just use the top or the bottom properties for it to work vertically, or the left or right properties for it to work horizontally. And let's make sure that we're using the right value for the top properties so that our sidebar is positioned just like on the reference page. And for that, I'm going to use the DevTools to get the top value, which is 70 pixels. So let's set that 70 pixels, reload our page, and perfect. Now this distance from the top is correct. Next, notice that on our page, we only see a part of the sidebar, and to see the rest of the sidebar, we have to scroll down to the bottom of the page. Whereas on the reference page, we can scroll inside the sidebar to see its content. So we want our right sidebar to be scrollable the same way as our left sidebar. And to achieve this, we can use the same approach that we used for the left sidebar. Remember that for that, we used the height property to limit the height of the sidebar, and the VH or viewport height units of measurement for it to be relative to the screen size. And we also adjusted its overflow property to make it scrollable. I covered this in detail when we created the left sidebar, so I will not bore you by repeating it. And the task for you will be to make your sidebar scrollable just like on the reference page. And again, for that, use the same approach that we used for the left sidebar. And if you need to remember it, just watch the section of this course where we created the left sidebar. So pause this video and make your right sidebar scrollable. And I'm going to do this as well, but I'll speed up the video. Okay, notice that when I applied the same approach as with the left sidebar, the width of the right sidebar, it seems that it became broken, even though we have explicitly set its width to 270 pixels. So what happened to the width of this sidebar? And the reason for this is because we set the sidebar's overflow property to auto, and our sidebar, let me inspect it, it's also a flex item of this main body flex container. And by default, its flex shrink value is 1, which means that the browser can reduce its width if it wants. And so because of all this, the browser ignores the explicit width value that we set here. And what it does, it sets the width of the right sidebar to the width of its longest word to ensure that this element is displayed properly. And the fix here is actually simple. We can forbid the browser from shrinking our sidebar by setting its, let me do this here, flex shrink property to 0. And when I reload our page, now our sidebar is as wide as we set it here. And it is scrollable and looks and works in the same way as it works here. Awesome. And I think that this is it for the sidebar and also for this entire Reddit web page. So we finally did it. We have created this entire web page, and it's beautiful and it's complex, and you've coded most of this web page yourself. Congratulations, you have finished building this Reddit clone project. You did an amazing job. You are now among the rare elite learners who have completed this project. And now to take your coding skills to the next level, complete one of these challenges. Challenge 1. Set the project aside, create a new folder and rebuild it from scratch on your own. Challenge 2. Open the course resource page, use the Reddit Hades project as a reference and build it from scratch. Once you've completed one of these challenges, you'll be ready for your next step, learning JavaScript. And if you're interested in learning JavaScript, watch this video. Thank you for watching and see you in the JavaScript course.